Good morning from Art Keller Field in Kenosha. It's Carthage College football this morning as the Carthage Redmen get set to take on the Carroll University Pioneers, the home opener for the CCIW campaign. John Weiser with you. Glad you're along for another season of Carthage football. If you're joining us here on the video stream, welcome aboard. We're glad to have you as we bring you Carthage football this afternoon. Redmen opened up the season 2 weeks ago at UW-Oshkosh, a 20-19 one-point loss as they scored a late touchdown on a blocked field goal, returned for a touchdown by Stephen Shipp, and then the Redmen opted to go for the two-point conversion, failed, and they were unable to get the ball back in the final minute. They did get it back with about 30 seconds left, but unable to advance the ball. Meanwhile, Carroll defeated the Lakeland University 44-34 in their opening victory, both teams coming off of a bye this past week. So both teams a chance to get healed up and get ready for the 74th season of Carthage College of CCIW football in the Midwest. So it should be an exciting ball game here today. Carroll brings in a very potent offense attack. They're led by their quarterback, Michael Johnson, a converted wide receiver. Johnson had a pretty good outing against Lakeland. He was 17 of 27 for 296, 4 touchdowns. He did throw 1 interception. He was a wide receiver on this team last year, catching 16 passes for 142 yards. So he has some threats out there. Most notably, his tight end, David Meza, 6'4", 240, a senior, 3 receptions last week, including a 48-yarder. And Alex Kajawa, an outstanding smaller wide receiver, 5'9", 185. He's from Oshkosh North. He carried the team last week, 8 receptions, 112 yards, and 3 touchdowns in the win over Lakeland 2 weeks ago. Defensively, they were unable to contain Lakeland on the ground. The Muskies rushed for 342 yards, so you would think today would be the day the Redmen could get that ground game going, and they will need it. Dana Fontenot, the 5'9 sophomore, 19 carries, 22 yards in the game against Oshkosh 2 weeks ago. And the Redmen really unable to sustain drives in that ball game, just 2 for 12 on third down conversions. It'll be a three-headed monster at quarterback again today. We're going to see Colton Klein starting for the Redmen, 6'3", 190. The junior out of McHenry was 8 for 19, 128 yards and 1 touchdown. We'll see a little bit of Jalen Dennis, the sophomore quarterback from Wheeling. Billy Dury will see some time on offense, but we may see him in some of the twin tight end formations that the Redmen will put out there later today. Meanwhile, the Redmen reception corps, led by Brett Patton, the senior, had 3 catches for 87 yards, including a 67-yard touchdown catch against Oshkosh 2 weeks ago. Defensively, the defense led by Kevin O'Boyle, the middle linebacker, 6', 215 junior out of Plainfield, Illinois. He returned that blocked field goal 85 yards last time out. That is a school record. He also had 11 tackles, including 1.5 tackle for losses. He was named to the D3 Football Team of the Week in Week 1. And Stephen Shipp, another fine outing as well, 3 tackles and 1 tackle for loss. He, too, returning a blocked field goal, 71 yards. It was Dylan Ramirez who blocked both field goals that led to those touchdowns. And then Cam Stubblefield up front led the team there, 6 tackles, 2.5 tackle for losses in that ball game. So should be an exciting matchup here today. Hopefully the weather will hold out. Looks like we've got a little bit of a window till about 2 o'clock this afternoon before some of the stormier weather is set to move in. Right now we've got cloudy and breezy conditions here at beautiful Art Keller Field in Kenosha. We will pause and take a 60 break. When we come back, we will visit with head coach Dustin Haas and get his thoughts on this afternoon's ball game. Carthage hosting Carroll, Week 1 of the CCIW. More of that coming your way next here on AM 1050 WLIP.
There is no experience that compares to Carthage football. We move faster, strike harder, and train better than any other football program around. We compete in the CCIW, one of the most competitive conferences in the country, and we battle for championships every year. Our coaching staff knows what it takes to compete at the highest level. They pave the way for our students to be successful in the classroom and on the field. Our football facilities are top of the line and have formed a mecca for D3 football. Our multi-million-dollar stadium sits on the shores of Lake Michigan. We have a beautiful campus with top-of-the-line facilities. As a student athlete at Carthage, you will work harder than ever before. You will become bigger, faster, and stronger. You will have access to the best education, the best training, and the best facilities. Be a Carthaginian. Make your move.
Welcome back to In the Tunnel, our feature with head football coach Dustin Haas here at Art Keller Field in Kenosha. Carthage getting set to take on the Carroll University Pioneers this afternoon, the home opener in conference play. And Coach, I know that adds a little extra adrenaline, I think, from the coaching staff on down to the players, your home opener.
It's always exciting to be playing at home, and it's the first one of the year, so I know our staff, our guys, they're juiced up.
74th season of CCIW football out here, and coming off a bye week, how'd you spend bye week as a team?
Yeah, we had three hard practices where we kind of focused on us and doing the things that we need to do execution-wise, the fundamentals, blocking, tackling, throwing, catching, all the stuff you spend the first part of camp working on. We got back to the basics and left the preparation for Carroll for this week.
I was going to say, when you get a bye week, is it safe to assume it's a self-scout week on behalf of your team, where you guys look at film, look at what you guys can do to improve before you start looking at the next game ahead?
It is 100%. Unfortunately, with the way the CCIW works, we only get one game to do that instead of 3 or 4 like you used to be able to. But, we worked on the things that pertain to us that we need to take care of.
Yeah, the conference has gone to this, you either play week 1, week 2, or whatever week you don't play is your bye week. I know some conferences have gone to this mandatory conference-wide bye week, either week 4 or week 5, somewhere in the middle of the schedule. Where do you fall in that category?
I'd rather have the bye week a little bit later, get some of those guys that get dinged up early, give them an extra week to get healthy. But every team we play is on the same schedule we are, so we can't do a whole lot of complaining there.
You fall to Oshkosh in week 1 by 1 point. Looking over that ball game, you were in that ball game all the way, and despite not being able to run the ball as effectively as you would have liked. And what did you break down when you took a look at the film over that?
Yeah, I think our guys played really, really hard. We made a lot of first-year mistakes on both sides of the football, on special teams as well. And, looking at the film, they were all correctable things. And I think, like I said to you after the game, they're no longer freshmen anymore. They've got a big-time football game under their belt, and now it's time to continue that progression and get better and better each week.
Defense was solid all game long, despite being put in positions with a short field, and I really thought that was the difference. 2 things: unable to convert your third downs offensively, which is going to come, but also the fact that you couldn't flip that field back going into the wind, especially in that third quarter.
Yeah, there's no doubt, especially with a good defensive team like Oshkosh. Field position plays a big role in it, and that did hurt us. We took the ball the way we did to play for the win in the fourth quarter, and looking back on it, it might have helped us out if we would have flipped it around and had the win for the third.
You and I have seen a lot of football in our lives, our young lives, let me put it that way, and you recall a game where your team gets 2 blocked field goals returned for a touchdown?
I have not. I've been a part of a game where there's been 2 blocked kicks, but never where we've blocked 2 kicks and scored and still lost. That was a first for me.
And Dylan Ramirez getting hands on both of those.
Yeah, he did a great job. You watch them both on film, they're exactly the same. He stayed low, penetrated, got his hands on the ball, did a phenomenal job. And really the other 2 guys, Ship and Kevin, the awareness to scoop that ball up and return it, not just fall on it and have possession, but to know that, hey, we're going to scoop and we're going to score on it.
Kevin not only scoring on that recovery, but your leading tackler in that ball game too, and was named to the D3Football.com Team of the Week for Week 1.
Yeah, he did a great job. He's a great football player. He's kind of the quarterback of our defense, gets everybody lined up and plays extremely hard, and it showed.
And I think everybody thinking that losing Trost and graduating him on, that was going to be a a problem there, but I think you've got two fine linebackers in there in Ship and O'Boyle kind of anchoring that position.
Yeah, they've done a good job. Kevin's kind of played a lot of football for us, rotated in as a freshman, started as a sophomore, was actually all league as a sophomore at that outside backer position, and I think Mike is probably a better fit for him. Just athletically, he fits better there, and Ship's a guy that has played a little bit special teams here and there, kind of waited his turn, and now gets a chance to go and did a good job week one.
Your opponent today, Carroll, comes in. They came from behind in their win over Lakeland. They were down, 13, 14 points at halftime and stormed back in the second half. What did you see on film? What concerns you here today?
They're a good offensive football team. I think right now they're leading the CCIW in scoring. They put up a ton of yards. They've got some good players on the edges that they do a good job of getting the ball to, jet sweeps or throwing it to them. Their quarterback played really well for being a first-time starter, at that position, had a lot of poise. So our big concern is being able to match up with them a little bit on the edges with what they do offensively. Being able to still stop the run with also holding that guy down in the pass game.
Is there one particular thing you think you can take away from them today?
Well, I think we've got to force them to throw it. I think we've got to take away the run game and get them out of their offensive rhythm. If they're running the ball and then come back to throwing it, it's a lot different to where we get them in some long down situations, second and long, third and long, where those pass rush guys can kind of pin their ears back and tee off. I think that'll lead to a lot of success for us.
Now, they gave up a ton of yardage on the ground to Lakeland, a team that typically throws the ball a little bit more. So I would think on offense today, you might be able to get some running game going.
That's what we need to do. We need to establish the run early and often and have a good job by those 5 guys up front, moving some guys around and, get into a rhythm ourselves. That was one thing we didn't do against Oshkosh, is get a good offensive rhythm where we could get a couple first downs and get to some of those answers in the playbook, and we need to do that today.
And we saw Colton Klein, we saw a little bit of Jalen Dennis, we saw Billy Dury, same combination again today?
It's going to be the same, yeah. We call him Do-It-All Dury. He ended up stepping in as a long snapper for us when our guy went down. He played a little tight end, played a little wide out, played a little QB. You'll see all 3 of those guys today.
In secondary, a little bit of concern there, a little bit of a nicked up back there going into the game today.
Yeah, we've got some guys beat up. Jeremiah Baker is going to get the start at corner. I think you'll see Keith. He's been getting better, getting healthier. And then Josh is still out this week, but we'll roll with the guys we got, and I'm confident they'll step up and perform.
Brings us now to the keys of the game for today. How do you have it drawn up?
Well, kind of what we talked about. On offensively, we got to establish the run. We got to get into a rhythm, got to be able to run the football and get into that flow of the game. Defensively, we got to take away their playmakers. Number 5 and number 4, tight end and wide out for them, are kind of their 2 guys on offense. We got to limit those guys. Stop the run and get them in some long down situations. Special teams wise, we need to execute. That's one thing we didn't do a great job of outside of those block kicks. Against Oshkosh, we need to execute our assignments and play extremely hard, and we'll have a good day.
Civil War musket on the line today. I'm sure the guys know that.
Yes, they do. We want to keep it home.
All right. Good luck, Coach.
Thank you.
Head coach Dustin Haas joining us in the tunnel prior to our game today between the Carroll Pioneers and your Carthage College Redmen. I'll be back with starting lineups and the kickoff of this afternoon's game live here at Keller Field right after this on AM 1050 WLIP. John Weiser back with you at Keller Field in Kenosha as we get set for Carthage football this afternoon on a windy, cloudy afternoon. Let's set up the starters for you. First, for the visitors from Waukesha, Wisconsin, Carroll University Pioneers. Under head coach Mark Krzyzakowski, this will be his final season as head football coach at Carroll. It was announced prior to week 1 that he will be stepping down at the end of the year to take a position within the athletic administration at Carroll University. So we'll be on offense. We'll start up front on the offensive line. At left tackle will be Cameron Hayes, a 6'4", 245-pound senior out of New Berlin, Wisconsin. He prepped at Waukesha West. Left guard will be Brett Johnson, 5'10", 250, a senior out of Plainfield, Illinois. Adam Simon will center the football this afternoon as he will take that position out of Oak Forest, 5'11", 305, and a senior. Right guard is Kevin Johnson, 6', 310 senior out of Chicago Notre Dame Prep. And the right tackle will be another familiar face to listeners here in southeast Wisconsin, DJ Nennig, netting a 6'4", 300-pound sophomore out of New Berlin West High School. The tight end will be David Meza, 6'4", 240, a senior out of Berlin, Wisconsin. The wide receivers, Alex Kujawa, 5'9", 185, a sophomore from Oshkosh North. Austin Eichstedt, a 6'4", 195-pound freshman from Cudahy. And Tyler Elmer, a 6'1", 185 junior out of Monroe. Single back runner, it'll be Isaac Allen, 5'10", 195, a junior from Monroe. And the quarterback this afternoon for Carroll will be Michael Johnson, making his second collegiate start at quarterback, a 6'4", 215 junior out of West Allis Hale. Defensively for the Pioneers, it's a 4-2-5 setup. And it goes like this. Up front, Adam Miller at one defensive end, 6'2", 220, a junior from Manteno, Illinois. Nick Mantis is a freshman, 6'2", 270 from Northbrook. The other interior tackle will be Nate McMillan, 6'1", 230, a junior out of Beloit Turner High School. And the right defensive end will be Kyle Julius, 5'11", 220, and a junior out of Frankfort, Illinois. The linebackers, Justin Contney, a 6', 215 junior out of West Allis and West Allis Hale High School. Brandon Hauge, a 6'2", 228 junior out of Sun Prairie, Wisconsin. The defensive backs, it'll be Sean Schmidt at one defensive back, 6'1", 210, a junior. Jonathan Rao, a 5'11 sophomore out of West Allis, Wisconsin, also a Hale graduate. Justin Robles, a 5'10", 180-pound junior from Rockford, Illinois, out of Belvedere High School. And the corners, it'll be Jordan Galke, a 5'10 sophomore out of Green Bay, and Tyler Baird, a 5'11 junior out of Rockford Lutheran High School. That is your starting lineup for Carroll University today. Now the starting lineup for the Carthage College Redmen under head coach Dustin Haas, now in his second season at 4-7 overall. At left tackle will be Drew Neville, 6'3", 265, a sophomore out of Rolling Meadows. And left guard will be Omar Roberts, a 6'2 sophomore, 290-pounder out of Naperville Central. Matt Ferraro will center today, 5'10", 270 out of Richmond Burton. Travis Werner, a 6'2", 280-pound senior at right guard. He's from New Lenox, Illinois. And the right tackle will be the freshman Alex Pavlov, 6'4", 250 out of Park Ridge and Maine South High School. The tight end today will be Sam Limbaugh, 6'1", sophomore from Marion Catholic Central. And the wide receivers, it'll be Brett Patton, 6'1", 190, a senior from East Kentwood, Michigan. Patrick Murphy, 6'3", 200-pound junior from Evergreen Park. And Javone Stricker, 5'9", 180, a junior out of Palatine. The starting running back today will be Dana Fontenot, the 5'9", 195-pound sophomore out of Lake Charles, Louisiana. And the starting quarterback will be Colton Klein, 6'3", 190, the junior out of McHenry, Illinois. Defensively for the Redmen, it's a nickel base, four-man front. It will be at one defensive end, Cameron Stubblefield, 6'1", 215, a senior out of Naples, Florida. Jacob Seimer, 6'2", 290, a senior out of Pleasant Prairie and Indian Trail Academy. Dylan Ramirez, 6'2", 285, a junior out of Niles, Illinois. And the other end will be Gabe Vila. Vila, 6'5", 246, a junior from Naperville Central. The nickel today, it'll be Josh Wayand. Wayand at 5'11", 190, a senior from Indian Trail High School here in Kenosha. The linebackers, Stephen Ship, 5'10", 225, a junior from Gibsonton, Florida. And Kevin O'Boyle, 6', 215, a junior out of Plainfield, Illinois. in the secondary. At one corner will be Bobby Baker, 5'7", 160, a junior. The strong safety will be Tommy Williams, 5'11", 195, a sophomore from Baytown, Texas. The free safety, Galvin Hoops, 6'1", 190, a senior from Naples, Florida. And making a start this afternoon, Jeremiah Baker, no relation to Bobby, 5'11", 185, a sophomore out of Temple Terrace, Florida. He's replacing Josh Griffin, out with an injury here today. And that is your starting lineups this afternoon for both Carroll University and for the Carthage College Redmen. Again, playing for the Civil War Musket. This is the 43rd meeting between these two schools, and Carthage holds the all-time series 29-13. Matter of fact, the Redmen have won 3 straight since the Pioneers returned to the CCIW 3 years ago, and overall 8 straight in this series. Carroll, their last win, coming back in 1996 here at Art Keller Field. Other games today in the CCIW, some big ones later tonight. In Wheaton tonight, 17th-ranked Thunder will host the 18th-ranked Illinois Wesleyan Titans. And down in St. Louis, a 5 o'clock kick later this afternoon, 24th-ranked Washington University will take on the 5th-ranked North Central Cardinals. Other games this afternoon, Elmhurst is in Rock Island to take Augustana, and Milliken takes the road from Decatur to Chicago as they will take on North Park this afternoon. This is the only game going on with a noon kick here in the conference. Right now, we're going to enjoy our national anthem performed by the Carthage Pep Band under the directorship of James Ripley. The Carthage Pep Band, James Ripley conducting as we get set for football this afternoon here at beautiful Art Keller Field in Kenosha. Carthage Redmen football on 1050 WLIP is brought to you in part by Mason's Eatery and Pub, located on Highway 50, just west of Green Bay Road, by Building Waters Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, and that's what they do, and also electric too. Francetic Tax Resolution. Don't get frantic, get Francetic. Go to 262tax.com. By Something Different, a sports fan Fantasyland on 6th Avenue in downtown Kenosha. By Luigi's Pizzeria, located on 39th Avenue just south of Highway 50. By the Berkshire Hathaway Epic Real Estate Company. The Sinus and Snoring Doctor with Dr. Swerdlin on Green Bay Road in Kenosha. Our good friends at Lynch Chevrolet, just east of I-94 on Highway 50. And by Ruffalo's 2 Restaurant on 45th Street in Kenosha. Lou Perini's Gas and Grocery, home of Mama P's Ho-Ho Cakes on Sheridan Road. By the fine folks at Wingstop of Kenosha on Highway 50. And by Bob Rorman's Kenosha Nissan. Cloudy afternoon here at Art Keller Field. The rain so far has held off. We are expecting some rain later this afternoon. It'll be a windy afternoon here, wind gusting in upwards of 25 miles per hour from left to right, so it will have an effect here in this afternoon's ball game. Captains are getting set to meet at the center of the field. Jalen Dennis, Jacob Seimer, Kevin O'Boyle, and Javone Stricker out there representing the Redmen.
Direct your attention to midfield for this afternoon's coin toss.
So we're set for the official coin toss here today. Coin is up in the air, hits the turf, and it appears the Redmen have won the toss. And they will defer to the second half. So the Redmen winning the coin toss here this afternoon. Carroll will receive and defend the south goal to my left, the Redmen the north goal to my right, and we're just about set for football here this afternoon. Redmen played three of their next four here at home. They'll be home next Saturday against Washington University. First ever visit to Art Keller Field by Washington University. That'll be next Saturday, a noon kickoff. And they hit the road and travel to Elmhurst before returning home for a homecoming matchup against Illinois Wesleyan. Redmen in the red helmets, red jerseys, red pants, white numerals, the gray sleeves with red numerals on them. Carroll with the orange helmets, white jerseys, navy blue pants, and navy blue numerals. Kicking off for the Redmen will be David Collins. And back deep to receive will be Robles and Alex Kajawa. So the Redmen will be kicking into the wind, playing into the wind here in this first quarter. Collins has it teed up middle of the 35-yard line. This is Carthage College Football on AM 1050 WLIP. And on the stream at WLIP.com, John Weiser with you. Straight up 12 noon kickoff, and we are underway here in Kenosha. High end-over-end kick. Robles will take at the 9. Cuts back to the middle of the field. Reverses to Kajawa, and he is chopped down at the 21-yard line. Excellent special team play by Cole Vercelli, a freshman wide receiver out of the Nazareth Academy in Western Springs, was ready for that reverse. He had sealed the near end here on the near side numeral. They'll spot it at the 23-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10 Carroll at that point. Michael Johnson making his second collegiate start at quarterback, 6'4", 215, out of West Dallas Hale. All conference at West Dallas Hale. Matter of fact, set a couple of passing records for West Dallas Hale while he was there. He'll have Isaac Allen as his single back, 2 receivers left, single receiver right, tight end and a wing here to the near side. And they'll work from the pistol. First snap of the ball game from the 23-yard line. And Johnson wants to throw. Quick pass. Hits here to the near side, and wrapped up almost immediately on the catch was David Meza, the tight end, for a 2-yard pickup to the 25-yard line. Good read again on the outside here. Is able to make the play defensively for the Redmen. And that was Galvin Hoops here, the free safety on the near side. Gain of 2 would be 2nd down, 8 upcoming here for the Pioneers, their own 25-yard line. Again, working from the near hash mark, going left to right here in this first quarter. And again, Johnson wants to throw. Tosses it out, far side, complete to Kajawa. Makes a man miss to the 35, across the 40. Spins his way out of a tackle to the 45-yard line where he is driven back there. 20-yard pickup by Kajawa, just a simple dump out into the left flat. Kajawa was open as he was lined up in a slot to that far side. Just broke immediately lateral along the line of scrimmage. Josh Wayand had a chance to get to him, but overran the pursuit. And that allowed Kajawa to spring free out to the 45-yard line. It's a 20-yard pickup. It'll be a 1st down for the Carroll Pioneers. They'll go 3 receivers here to the near side. Again, working from the pistol. Single back in the backfield. Johnson rolling to his right, wants to throw right, completes near side. Tyler Elmer across midfield into Redmond territory down to the Carthage 40-yard line. 15-yard pickup and a first down, and again, plenty of time to throw and a clean release off the line of scrimmage. And Elmer with his first reception, and suddenly Carroll in Carthage territory at the Redmond 40-yard line. Same formation, this time the left side with 3 receivers. No huddle, Johnson set to go. Now we'll change the plays. He steps up to the line of scrimmage. Drops back into pistol formation, has Isaac Allen to his left. Redmond showing a 4-man front here, and they'll hand it off to Allen, coming around the right side. Gets across the 40 down to the 35-yard line before he is wrapped up there. Cam Stubblefield able to make the tackle for the Redmond. He will come off here on this next play, but Stubblefield was there to make the play, but it was a gain of 4. It'll bring up a 2nd down and 6 for the Pioneers at the Redmond 36-yard line. They'll send Meza out to the far side along with Eichstadt and Kujawa. They'll empty the backfield. They'll put 5 receivers out here on this 2nd down and 6 from the 36-yard line. And now Johnson under pressure, throws on the run to Kujawa, left side, makes the catch inside the 30, and wrestled out of bounds near the Carthage 23-yard line. It'll be a gain of 12 and a first down. Kujawa, his 2nd catch. So Pioneers picking up first downs here early in this contest and able to get yardage. And again, just throwing laterally along the line of scrimmage and allowing the receivers to make the plays. Again, we told you you heard Dustin Haas mention a talented receiving core. They can make plays, and that's what they do. They get the ball to the edges and make you go one-on-one against their best receivers. From the Redmond 23, 1st and 10, they'll run it. And this is Isaac Allen trying to go up the middle for a couple down to the Redmond 21-yard line where he is stopped there. Dylan Ramirez was in there on the stop for the Redmond, 6'2 junior, the defensive tackle on the inside for Carthage. Gain of 2 sets up a 2nd down and 8 just short of the Redmond 21-yard line. Early in the contest, 11:25 to go here in this first quarter. Opening drive for the Pioneers, which started at their own 23-yard line. Johnson again from pistol. Throws left side, swings it out, completes to Tyler Elmer, his 2nd catch in this drive. The junior out of Monroe dashes out of bounds, short of the 15-yard line and short of the first down. It'll be a gain of 6, bringing up 3rd and short for the Pioneers. Pioneers last week 5 for 13 on 3rd down conversions. Redmond need a stop here. 3rd and 3 from the Carthage 16-yard line. Colton Reiber in there now as the tight end, lined up in a wing here to the near side. 4 receivers set. They're going to go with the jet sweep to Kujawa, coming back near side. Breaks a tackle. Coming around near side. Will get the first down. Out of bounds at the Carthage. Where do they mark it here? They will mark it at the Carthage 13-yard line, and it will be enough for a first down. So they go jet sweep from left to right. Kujawa lined up in a slot left side, came around, took the handoff, and was able to pick up the first down with a gain of 3. And a fresh set of downs here for the Pioneers. Impressed with them so far offensively. Able to get the ball on the edges to the receivers. And on this particular play, letting Kujawa, their speedy wide receiver, do it on the jet sweep. 1st and 10, Carroll, from the Carthage 13-yard line. They'll bring Allen back into the backfield, and he will take the handoff, coming right. He is wrapped up almost immediately. Stephen Shipp was there right at the line of scrimmage. May have gotten a yard down to the 12-yard line. Let's see where they mark it, just inside the 13. So about 2nd and 10, we'll call it. Good play by Stephen Shipp, who returned that blocked field goal last week to pull the Redmond to within 1 with 3 minutes to go in the 4th quarter. Carthage opted to go for 2 and came up short. This will be a 2nd and 10 from the Redmond 13-yard line. They send the tight end Meza in motion to the left. They'll fake the handoff to Allen. Now Johnson on a sprint to the right side. Tries to get the edge, and he's knifed out of bounds at the 10-yard line. Steven Shipp again there from the linebacker spot to shove him to the boundary at the 10-yard line. It'll be a gain of 3. It'll bring up a 3rd and long now for Carroll. 9:25 to go here in this first quarter. Opening drive by the Pioneers. They've taken it down to the Redmond 10-yard line. Third and 7 for Carroll at the Carthage 10. 3 receivers to the left. Meza moved, and we got a flag. Our first penalty of the afternoon. False start by Carroll. Meza, the tight end, so they'll back him up 5 to the 15-yard line. We'll set up a 3rd and 12. Johnson so far 5 for 5 for 56 yards. Kujawa and Elmer each with 2 of those receptions. 3rd and 12 from the Redmond 15. Johnson under pressure, scrambling right, and Shipp is there, and down he goes. Shipp stood him up. Jacob Simar finished him off for the sack back at the 25-yard line. Credit Shipp again with penetration. As Johnson saw it coming, was trying to climb the pocket, get out of the way. Shipp was able to hold him up long enough, and Jacob Simar, the senior out of Pleasant Prairie, able to make the sack. Bring up 4th down at the 25-yard line. Field goal unit on. Carson Roselip hit a 24-yard field goal 2 weeks ago against Lakeland. This will be a 42-yarder with the wind at his back. He'll work it off the near hash. Tyler Elmer on the hold. Ball down. Kick on the way, and the kick is wide right and no good. And the Redmen dodge a bullet as Carroll able to penetrate down to the 10-yard line. Costly false start penalty. Put them in that 3rd and 12 situation, and then the sack by Simar, and the Redmond defense holds. 8:01 to go here in this first quarter. A scoreless first quarter here in Kenosha. Carthage Redmond football on AM 1050. WLIP is brought to you in part by S.J. Crystal's Menswear. For the finest in men's fashions, it's clearly S.J. Crystal's. And by Dickey's Barbecue Pit on I-94 off Highway 50 across from Woodman's. Also, the Westosha Sports Complex, Zero to Hero Conditioning. Visit westoshasportscomplex.com. And by our good friends at Triangle Flooring, Furniture, and Appliance Center, located on Highway 50 and 39th Avenue. Redmond take over on their own 25-yard line. 8:01 to go here in this first quarter. And the first play from scrimmage, read option. They go with a pass to Javon Stricker out across the 40 to the 43-yard line. Colton Klein, excellent job that time. An 18-yard pickup and a first down for the Redmen out to the 44-yard line. Klein, the quarterback, waited till the very last minute to pull that one out of the belly of Fontenot and then hit Stricker open over the middle. 1st and 10 from the 42. Again, play action fake. They try and toss it out, and it is dropped. Incomplete, almost intercepted. It was intended out there for Sammy Limbaugh, the tight end. Another look at it here on the replay. It's again an option fake. Threw it into 3 defenders. And one of the linebackers, I think it was Hoggy, who got the hand on it but could not corral it. Redmond dodged a bullet there. 2nd down and 10 from their own 42-yard line. Fontenot the single back, 2 receivers right for the Redmen. Klein hands it off. Fontenot, stutter step, left side 50. Cuts it to the near sideline and out of bounds near the 44-yard line. Penalty marker on the play. Thrown by the umpire at the 45-yard line. This will be coming back for a hold, I believe. Holding is the call against the Redmen. So we'll step it off from the spot. We'll move it back to the Carthage 35-yard line. We'll set up a 1st and we'll call it 19. Each team with a penalty here in this first quarter. 7.5 minutes to go, first quarter. Scoreless here in Kenosha. Klein will work from the pistol, has Fontenot in the backfield. Jalen Dennis lined up in a slot now to the right side. And Klein wants to throw. Hit as he throw. Over the middle, completes to Billy Dury. Dury in as the extra tight end. Makes the catch across the 45 and hits the turf at the 47-yard line. Officially mark it out to the 48. 13-yard pickup will set up a 3rd and 6 for the Redmen. Can they go without a huddle? Again, Dury in at tight end on the right side with Jalen Dennis lined up in a slot right side. Fake to Fontenot. They'll throw right side. Complete to Stricker. Down near the first down marker. Let's see where they mark it. A completed catch at the 42. It's a first down for the Redmen. Something they were not able to do 2 weeks ago against Oshkosh is extend drives. Redmen were 2 for 12 on third down conversions a couple of weeks ago. But they move the sticks here as Javon Stricker picks up his second reception at the 42-yard line of Carroll. 1st and 10 Redmen. Klein hands it off. Fontenot over the left side. Breaks the tackle inside the 35 and wrestled down at the 33-yard line. Justin Cotney there to make the stop. The gain of 9 on the play. 2nd and 1. Klein rolling out to his right. Wide open on that right side. Will dodge his way down outside numerals right side. Gets out of bounds at the 26-yard line and will pick up the first down. A 7-yard scamper by Colton Klein, the quarterback. They'll mark him out at the Carroll 26-yard line. 1st and 10 Redmen. Clock continues to roll. 5:50 to play in a scoreless first quarter. 3 receivers to the near side. Patton, Dennis, and Colvercelli in there now. Fontenot will get the call. Right side. Cuts it back inside the 25 down to the 22-yard line where he is stopped there. Nico Perez, 6'1", 240-pound junior at defensive end out of Franklin, Wisconsin, there to make the stop. Good seal block that time up front. Jalen Gales, left guard for the Redmen, pulling that time, able to take the blitzing linebacker out, give Fontenot some room. Gain of 5 by Fontenot, 2nd down and 5 at the 21-yard line. Carthage taking over after the missed field goal by Roselip. Klein in some trouble now, scrambles inside the 15 and gets down to the 11-yard line. Broken play there. 10-yard pickup. Looked like Adam Miller finally got him down, and Josh Jakalski also there, one of the both interior linemen defensively for Carroll to make the tackle. But it's enough for another Redmen first down at the 11-yard line. 1st and 10 Carthage. 4:35 and counting remaining here in this first quarter. Looking for the first score of the game. Fontenot, the single back in the backfield. Klein from pistol takes the snap. Looking left. Now scrambles left. Still on his feet. Going to run it up inside the 10 and dodges out of bounds near the 7-yard line. Brandon Hauge last to get there to usher him to the boundary for the Pioneers. So 2nd down and 5 coming up here for the Redmen. They'll work it off the near hash mark left side. Dennis in a slot right side along with Patton. Single receiver near side is Javon Stricker. They'll hand it off. Fontenot inside the 5, breaks a tackle. Touchdown, Carthage. Fontenot got just inside the 5-yard line, was able to step out of a tackle and bounce his way into the end zone for his first touchdown of the season. And the Redmen are on the board, 6-0. So they get the field goal miss, take advantage, march it down the field. 75-yard drive, capped off by the 7-yard touchdown run. Collins on for the extra point. The snap, the spot, the kick is up, and the kick is good. 7-0 Redmond. 4 minutes to go here in the first quarter. We'll step out for a 60 break. Carthage 7, Carroll 0 on AM 1050 WLIP. Play, 75-yard drive that took nearly 5 minutes off the clock, and the Redmen lead it by a score of 7-0. The Dana Fontenot 7-yard touchdown run. Fontenot on that drive, 3 carries for 21 yards. Klein, 3 for 4 for 42 as Collins kicks it off. Robles will wait under it at the 7. Across the 10, near side, and out of bounds, short of the 10-yard line. Once again, Cole Vercelli chasing him out on special teams for the Redmen. So it'll be at the 20-yard line, 1st and 10 Carroll, trailing in the contest 7-0. Again, this is a team that battled back from halftime deficit last week. They were down 27-16. Outscored the Lakeland Muskies 28-7 in the second half to pull out that 44-31 victory. Johnson back in at quarterback. Has Isaac Allen in the backfield. Wind picking up here at Keller Field, and whistles before the snap. I believe we have a delay of game here on the Pioneers. So it is a delay of game, brings up 1st and 15 now for Carroll, back them up to their own 15-yard line. Michael Johnson working from the pistol. Will roll to his left, looking to throw, and now under pressure, and down he goes inside the 5-yard line. Was trying to roll to his left, and there was a sea of red out there that was able to meet him as the entire defensive front for the Redmen taking that play pretty much with the blockers. Seimer was able to get to him and bring him down for the sack back inside the 5-yard line. Second sack of the afternoon for Jacob Seimer, the senior out of Pleasant Prairie. So this will be a 2nd and 25 from just outside the 5-yard line. Redmond showing blitz, and there was a whistle on the play. Flags fly again. So Redmond were showing blitz, and I may have forced the Pioneer player to pull out of his stance. So the referee's microphone not working here this afternoon. So that's the 3rd penalty, 2nd on this drive by Carroll. Half the distance to the goal will move the ball back to the 3-yard line. This will be 2nd and 27 for Carroll from their own 3. This time Johnson will work in under center. Wants to bring a man in motion to the left side. They will hand it off, and he is swarmed under. Breaks it to the outside, however, and out to the 15-yard line. Great open field tackle by Bobby Baker. As all of a sudden, bursting out of that pile with the football was the running back for Carroll, and that was Austin Litzinger. Litzinger is a 5'9 junior out of Winnebago High School, Winnebago, Illinois, and he gets a good chunk of that yardage back here for the Pioneers out to the 16-yard line. So a 13-yard pickup that time on a late carry by Litzinger. Now Johnson will work from pistol. Wants to throw here. Looking left, now rolls left. Boyle closes on him, gets it away and throws it through the receiver's hands, incomplete. Had a man out there inside the 30-yard line. That was Tyler Elmer. Again, good pursuit by the Redmen to flush Johnson out of the pocket. That might be key today, is make him throw on the run. Boyle had him lined up, was going to take him down. He just got rid of it just before that. So 4th down now for Carroll, and they will punt it away. Carson Roselip also does the punting, had 5 punts against Lakeland, averaged 36 yards, and punted 2 inside the 20 2 weeks ago. Gets this one away. Patton will take inside the 35. Circles back across the right side 40, 45 to midfield, just short of midfield where he is driven down there. Ball came out, but I believe he was already down. And Carthage will take over at their own 48-yard line. Minute 44 remaining here in this first quarter, 7-0 in favor of the Redmen. 10-play, 75-yard drive after Carroll marched inside the Redmond 10-yard line and missed a 42-yard field goal. So Redmond will take over at their own 48-yard line with a minute 44 remaining. Limbaugh's back in there at a tight end, lined up in a wing near side. You have Dennis and Patton here on the near side receivers. Stricker, the single receiver to the right. Fontenot in the backfield. Klein will take the snap. Fake the handoff to Fontenot. Looking left now, scrambles left. Will run it across the line of scrimmage and slide at the 45-yard line of the Carroll Pioneers. Klein able to stay in bounds as eyeing him up, looking for a free shot, was the corner, Jordan Galkey, here on the near side. Klein able to use his baseball instinct, the center fielder on the Redmond baseball team, sliding into second base at the 45-yard line. So it'll be a gain of 4. It'll bring up, or a gain of 6, 2nd down and 4 for the Redmen. Minute 10 to go here in the quarter. This is Fontenot. Breaks a tackle. Inside the 40, down to the 37-yard line. Fontenot was able to step out of the Brandon Hauge tackle. Hauge on a blitz that time. Had him at the waist, but Fontenot deceivingly strong at 5'9", 195. Able to break the tackle and pick up the first down. 1st and 10 Redmond at the 37-yard line of Carroll. 7-0 Carthage late here in the first quarter. Klein will hand it off. Fontenot, big hole, left side, 30, 25, to the sideline, breaks a tackle, down to the 20-yard line. He ran over Sean Schmidt, the defensive back, was trying to take him down at the 25-yard line, just lowered the shoulder, took him to the turf and got an extra 5 yards. Great run by Fontenot. Jacob Boucher in there now as the single back. Boucher, the sophomore out of Mukwonago High School for the Redmen. 20 seconds to go in the quarter. 1st and 10 Carthage at the Carroll 21. Fake to Boucher. Klein under some pressure, and down he goes inside the 20, down to the 19-yard line. Adam Miller, defensive lineman, there to make the stop, and that will be our final play of this first quarter. 7-0 Redmond on top here of Carroll in the annual battle for the Civil War musket here at Art Keller Field in Kenosha. We'll pause, take a 60 break. Carthage football on AM 1050 WLIP.
Call College has given me the flexibility to pursue my passions and my interests, and I've recreated my identity for myself aside from just being an athlete.
My greatest personal discovery has been that I am capable of doing things that I didn't know I was capable of doing.
To be able to study what I wanted to and continue to play the sport I love, all of those things came together very nicely in one package in Division III.
John Weiser back with you at Art Keller Field. 7-0 Carthage. Redmond going left to right here in quarter number 2 as getting a little bit darker and the wind picking up here. A little bit of rain moving in. Not raining yet here at Art Keller Field, but it's coming. 7-0 Redmond. Facing a 2nd and 8 from the Carroll 19-yard line. Klein wants to throw here on 2nd down. Over the middle, has Patton there, makes the catch. Touchdown, Redmond. Brett Patton over the middle. Left side hash mark, able to make a juggling catch, but brought it in, and the Redmen add to their lead, 13-0. Great job as he was able to break containment. Justin Robles late getting over the defensive back, and Patton able to make the catch near the back of the end zone, and it's 13-0 Carthage. Collins on to attempt the extra point. Snap, spot, kick is up, and the kick is good. Just drilled it in right of the, just inside the right crossbar. So 6 plays, going 71 yards, or excuse me, going 52 yards. And the Redmen score their 2nd touchdown of the afternoon. This one a pass, 19 yards from Klein to Brett Patton. And the Redmen increase their lead to 14-0. Again, game set to kick at 1 o'clock in the conference. Elmhurst at Augustana, Milliken at North Park. The big games are this evening. 24th ranked Washington University, 2nd year in the CCIW. They are hosting number 5 North Central tonight. And down in Wheaton tonight, 17th ranked Thunder hosting the 18th ranked Illinois Wesleyan Titans. Over in Madison, Wisconsin pounding Michigan. It's 21-0 Badgers approaching halftime at Camp Randall. Michigan State with a 7-3 lead over Northwestern late in the 2nd quarter in Evanston this afternoon. Collins has it set at the 35-yard line. Robles and this time Miller back there for the Pioneers. And this kick will one hop its way out of the end zone for the touchback. So the touchback, Carroll will get the ball back out at the 25-yard line, trailing in this ball game now 14-0. Johnson, 5 of 6 for 56 yards for the Pioneers today. His favorite targets have been Kajawa and Elmer, each with 2 receptions. And really the one long run today, and that was by Litzinger for 13 yards on that last drive. So the Redmond defense has played well here again this afternoon. Johnson will work from pistol. Wants to throw here on 1st down. Swings it out near side and belted to the turf was Kujawa, and a late flag thrown down there as there was a little bit of taunting after that play by the Redmond defender, Jeremiah Baker. Kajawa is still down. Jake Denauer, the head athletic trainer for the Redmen, is there. That might be a targeting penalty here on the Redmen. That hit was high. It was delivered with the shoulder, and it was into the neck and head area of Kajawa, the wide receiver. He is now sitting up for the Pioneers here on the Carthage sideline at the 28-yard line. He is up under his own power, and that's good to see. Now the question is, do we have a targeting penalty here against the Redmen? Jeremiah Baker hit him. It was a late flag after. It might be a taunting. We'll see. That's what it is. It's an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty against Jeremiah Baker. That's his first this afternoon. So add 15 more after the catch. From the 28-yard line, it'll move the football out to the Carroll 43-yard line. It was awfully close to being a targeting call as well. Looking at that replay, Baker came up with the shoulder into the head area. So the 15-yard penalty for unsportsmanlike conduct on Baker after the play moves the ball to the 43-yard line and a first down for Carroll. You like a good tackle. It was a good hit, but it was high hit. I think if Baker would have just walked away, there probably would not have been a flag. Johnson from pistol from his own 43. 1st and 10 Pioneers. Will change the play. Turns it into a run. And down goes the back in the backfield. Ball came out. They dive for it. They're going to rule him down. As the running back, Allen, was pulled down. The ball was coming out, but his knee was at the turf back at the 40-yard line. It'll be a 3-yard loss. Jalen Slater was there for the Redmen to pull him down. In there for Cam Stubblefield on this series. Slater's a 6'1 sophomore out of Bellwood, Illinois. 2nd and 13, Carroll from their own 40. Johnson looking left, throwing left, completes the pass. Catch is made at the 45-yard line. Baker able to wrap the receiver up. That's Austin Eichstead. Interesting specimen, Eichstead. 6'4", 195, a freshman. That's his first catch of the season at the 45-yard line. He was last year as a senior on the Cudahy football team. He had 39 receptions and 2 touchdowns. Was an honorable mention all-conference selection on offense. He was also named all-conference as a defensive back in the Woodland Conference last year from Cudahy. Picks up 5, sets up 3rd and 8 from the 45-yard line. Johnson stepping up into the pocket, hit as he's thrown, ball in the air, and it's incomplete. A little skinny post route run by the receiver, Kajawa. Good to see him back out there inside the 25-yard line, but the ball was thrown short and incomplete, bringing up 4th down. So 4th and 8. Roselip on to punt. And Patton standing inside his own 20 to my left. This will be a low line drive. Patton will let it hit the turf. It'll bounce and roll short of the Carthage 20-yard line. 35-yard punt with the roll will give the Redmen the ball. Just short of their own 21-yard line. 12:51 remaining here in this first half. Redmen up 14-0. So we'll see Jalen Dennis in at quarterback now for the Redmen. 6'1 sophomore out of Wheeling. You'll have Fontenot in the backfield here First look at Dennis today at quarterback. Play action fake going over the middle. Ball tipped in the air and it falls incomplete. Looking for Javone Stricker that time, but the ball got tipped near the line of scrimmage. J.R. Muth that may have gotten a hand on it. Or Cotney, the linebacker, one of those two. Sets up second down 10 for the Redmen off the incompletion from their own 21-yard line. And this will be the quarterback, Dennis, late there, pulling that ball out of Fontenot's belly, and that's a good thing, too, because he would have been tackled. Nate McMillan was right there, right at the handoff spot, and at the last second, Dennis pulled it back out and advanced the ball out across the 22-yard line. Short pickup, gain of 1, sets up 3rd and 9 for the Redmen. It's actually Nick Mantis, number 91, who was in there, nearly wrestled the ball from both. Dennis trying to set up the screen, got rid of it. Ball is dropped, and it's going to be ruled an incomplete pass. That was just a doomed play right from the start. Kyle Julius, a junior out of Frankfort, Illinois, provided the pressure that time on the quarterback, Jalen Dennis. They were trying to set up a screen to the right side. They had some blockers out there, but because Julius was bearing down on the quarterback, kind of lofted that ball, floated it up. By the time it got to Fontenot, would have been minimal gain had he hung on to it. So Collins on to punt for the first time today. He'll have the wind at his back. Gets off a good punt. This will be taken by Robles. Out across the 40, flag down as he's tackled at the 44-yard line. Getting down there in special teams for the Redmen was Alex Jarvis. Jarvis is a freshman from Kenosha Indian Trail High School. Makes the tackle, but we do have a penalty marker on the play. Might have a block in the back here against the Pioneers. Indeed, that is the call. Block in the back against Carroll. Again, the referee's mic is not working here this afternoon. So that'll move the football back inside the Pioneer 30-yard line. They'll mark it at the 28. Well, they will start this drive. 11:58 to go here in this second quarter. A 14-0 Carthage lead. Touchdown run by Dana Fontenot and a touchdown reception by Brett Patton, the scoring for the Redmen today. 1st and 10 Carroll from their own 28. And they'll run a handoff play here in the backfield, and the back is met and dropped for a loss. Austin Letzinger wrapped up by 3 or 4 different Redmen players. Stubblefield, Sullivan, and company in on that stop. Be a loss of 2, brings up second down 12. And the Redmen have done a great job taking away the run game here. 10 carries now, net -1 here for the Pioneers. They try it again, trying the left side of the offensive line, running right into Cam Stubblefield. Again, Letzinger again dropped down for a loss. They'll spot it back at the 25-yard line. A loss of 1 will bring up a 3rd and 13 for Carroll. Again, Letzinger is the running back. Mesa, the tight end, lined up on the right side. 2 receivers right here for Carroll. Single receiver left. Johnson in movement. Kujawa stepping out of his stance. 3rd false start penalty on Carroll here this afternoon. Moves the ball back to the 20-yard line. So 3rd and 18 for the Pioneers. Carroll 1 for 4 this afternoon, converting 3rd downs. Johnson again working from the pistol as Letzinger to his right. Sends him in motion now to empty the backfield. Looks left, throws it back near side, completes the pass, but Jacob Seimer right there to wrap up the receiver, Tyler Elmer. May have lost a yard there too. Let's see where they mark it. Back at the 19-yard line. Good response that time by Seimer. He was lined up over center. Was able to shed his block to get over. Read that play beautifully. Good job also forcing the man back inside, Malik Thigpen. Nickelback that time able to force Elmer back to the inside. That allowed Seimer to clean him up. 4th down, punting unit on for Carroll. Roselip gets this one away. Patton will make the reception at the 43, across the 45 and out of bounds just across midfield near the 49 of the Pioneers. 7-yard return by Patton to the Pioneer 49, and we have 9:36 to go here in this first half. A 14-0 lead in favor of the Redmen. A couple of umbrellas have popped up now. We got a little bit of a shower moving through here. Good news is I do not see lightning. I do not hear any thunder, so we'll play through the rain. Jalen Dennis, his 2nd straight series at quarterback for the Redmen here. Again, this is planned. And he will hand it off. Fontenot over the left side, inside the 45, down to the 44-yard line. Getting there defensively for the Pioneers was Nicholas Brigham. Brigham, a 6'2 junior out of Rockford. Prepped at Rockford Lutheran High School. Be a gain of 5. It'll set up a 2nd and 5 for the Redmen, just across the Carroll 45-yard line. 2 receivers left, single receiver right. Back in the backfield is Fontenot behind Dennis, the quarterback. They'll fake to Fontenot. Dennis will keep it. Nice job inside the 40, 35-30, outside 25-20, and down to the 17-yard line, Jalen Dennis. On the read option that time, pulled it out of Fontenot's belly, then darted upfield at the hash mark, broke it to the outside inside the 40, and returned it down to the Carroll 16-yard line. 28-yard run that time by Dennis. Tyler Baird finally got him down, but not till he got to the 16-yard line. The Redmen in business in the red zone at the Carroll 16-yard line. Dennis will fake it. Now on the run, and he'll be tripped up out of the backfield, and down he goes. Nate McMillan not fooled by the read option that time as Dennis pulled it out of Fontenot's belly. Tried to cut up field, but McMillan was right there. Junior out of Beloit Turner High School making the tackle. Gain of 1, 2nd down 9 for Carthage at the Pioneer 15-yard line. Going left to right here in this second quarter. Handoff, Fontenot breaks a tackle in the backfield. Stutter steps, cuts it back inside, and down he goes. For a short gain down to about the 17-yard line. About a 2-yard pickup. Bring up 3rd down and 6 here. Adam Miller credited with the tackle. Defensive end for Carroll. Redmen 1 for 2 on 3rd downs here. 7.5 minutes to go, second quarter, leading 14-0, facing a 3rd and 8 from the Pioneer 12-yard line. Fontenot the single back, 2 receivers lined up here to the right side. And Dennis looking to throw, now under pressure, steps away to the right, cuts it to the 10. Still on his feet to the 5, pulled down from behind, and that might be a horse collar tackle as Dennis is pulled down at the 5-yard line. Justin Robles was there. May have grabbed him from the collar from behind, and that might be a horse collar tackle. We'll see. The officials are huddled up at the 10-yard line discussing. And this did a good job bouncing that outside the hash mark near side, and Robles pulled him down, and a flag came out immediately. Yep. It's a personal foul on the Redmen. Wow. Dustin Haas wants an explanation on that one. Sure what that penalty was on. So the spot of the penalty will move the ball back to the 20-yard line. So this will be a 3rd and 14. I'm still not sure what that call was on. Coach Haas was okay with the explanation. So Redmond back to the 20-yard line here on 3rd and 14 at the Pioneer 20. Fake the handoff. Dennis going to throw over the middle. Sliding catch made at the 2-yard line. It'll be 1st and goal. Redmond is coming up with the grab. Do everything Billy Dury. Dury, with out of that extra tight end position from that left side, made a sliding grab at the 2-yard line. Do it all Dury, as they call him here. He'll line up in a tight end left side. Limbaugh tight end to the right side. Patton and Stricker, the wideouts, split to the left side on 1st and goal from the 2. They'll give it to Fontenot. To the goal line. No signal yet. Touchdown, Carthage. Late signal by the head linesman, but Carthage got it in. Fontenot, his 2nd touchdown of the day. This one from 2 yards out, and they increase their lead to 20-0. So just a simple dive play by Fontenot, and he was able to stretch it across the goal line for 6. Now the extra point by Collins. Spot the kick, it is up, and it is good. 21-0 Carthage. We'll step out for a 60 break. You're listening to Carthage Redmond football on AM 1050 WLIP. Carthage football brought to you today by Triangle Flooring Furniture and Appliance Center, located on Highway 50 and 39th Avenue in Kenosha, and the new Taco Bell in Kenosha. That's on I-94 and Highway 50 inside the BP gas station. John Weiser back with you at Keller Field, 21-0 Carthage. Collins with the kickoff following the touchdown. It will sail through the end zone for a touchback. So Carthage 7 plays, 50 yards, capped off by the 2-yard touchdown run by Fontenot, his 2nd touchdown of the day. And Carthage up 21-0. Badgers leading Michigan 28-0. That game at the half at Camp Randall. The Badger defense yet to give up a point this season. And the Carroll Pioneers have gone 5.5 quarters without scoring on the Redmond going back to last year. Carthage winning last year 31-0 in Waukesha. Meza, the tight end, in motion to the right. Snap goes through the hands of Johnson back inside the 10. He's going to try and pick it up, and down he goes at the 4. Ball still out, but they rule Johnson down. I think he saw Ship, the linebacker, coming in on the blitz. Took his eye off the snap and whistled right past his right ear and recovered back at the 4-yard line. So it'll bring up 2nd and 31 for the Pioneers. Carroll had such an impressive opening drive, taking it all the way down to the Redmond 10-yard line, but Carthage has had them bottled up. Litzinger again trying to get to the outside near side, got back to the right hash mark here, or the left hash mark here on the near side. Check that. That's Sam Spence with his first carry. 5'9" senior out of Punta Gorda, Florida. Carried the ball 4 times for 25 yards in the win over Lakeland 2 weeks ago. This goes for a gain of 1 out to the 5-yard line. It'll bring up a 3rd and 30. Redmond have held now Carroll to negative 22 net yards rushing with the losses on the snap as Johnson from inside his own end zone throws it, and it's incomplete. Was looking for Kujawa. He was covered well on the play, was going to be well short of the first down. Josh Wayand, another Kenosha product out of Indian Trail High School, was out there on the coverage for the Redmen. And so 4th down and punting into the wind. Here is the Carroll punter, Roselip. Redmond should come away with excellent field position here late in this second quarter. 4:49 to play here in the second. Leading 21-0. Good snap. Roselip just got it away. Line drive kick. Patton will take at his own 43. Inside the 40 down to the 36-yard line is where he will go. A 7-yard return for Patton. Excellent field position as the 38-yard punt returns 7 yards back to the 35-yard line. 4:40 to go. First half. Redmond lead it by a score of 21-0. Again, it'll be Jalen Dennis coming back out at quarterback. Klein actually at quarterback here now. Behind the line scrimmage, throws it to Patton. He'll toss it downfield. Completes the catch down inside the 10-yard line. Little razzle-dazzle, little lateral back to Patton, who then throws it out to Dana Fontenot, who makes the catch down to the Pioneer 10-yard line. It goes a 25-yard pickup and a 1st and goal for the Redmen. And Klein took the snap, threw it behind the line of scrimmage to Patton here on the near side, who then lofted it down the near sideline to Fontenot, who made the catch going to the ground at the 10-yard line. 1st and goal, Redmond, just inside the 10. Fontenot, the single back in the backfield. Klein throwing it away, incomplete. He was out of the tackle box, so no grounding there. Pressure put on. Nick Mantis with the quarterback hurry. Now the officials are going to talk about it. Limbaugh saying, I was the nearest receiver. And they're going to throw it for grounding. Klein was out of the tackle box. Limbaugh, number 87, is the tight end, arguing his point. We're going to take another look. We have the beauty of replay up here. We'll see. As Klein took that, changed the play, and then took that snap, faked the handoff to Fontenot. And I'd say that was a pretty good call. Limbaugh trying to sell it. It was actually Travis Werner, the right guard, who was the nearest to that play. So loss of down out to the 20-yard line will bring up a 2nd and goal from the 20 for the Redmen. As the rain starts to come down a little heavier here. Klein now spins out of traffic to his left. Has some room down the far numerals. Inside the 15. Stutter steps to the 5. Dives to the pylon. No signal from the official. And they say he went out of bounds. Let's see, short of the pylon. 2 officials are talking. They'll run a touchdown. The officials had the conference at the pylon. What an effort by Colton Klein. Out of the backfield that time. Ran it out the left side down the far numerals. And then stretched over the pylon at the last second for the score. And Carthage adds to their lead 27-0 as the rain comes down here at Keller Field. 20-yard touchdown run by Klein. Now Muff on the snap back to the holder. Collins going to throw it, and they get the 2-point conversion. Wow, what a play there as the snap from Wayand went through the hands of Patton. They threw it, and making the catch was Peyton Johnstone, a sophomore tight end out of Horlick High School. And they're going to talk about it here. So rule it whether or not it was a catch. Won another conference again by the officials here near the 15-yard line. They'll waive the penalty off. 2-point conversion stands, I believe. It does, and it's a 29-0 Carthage lead as the rain coming down now here at Keller Field. So officially goes as 2 plays, 35 yards. The 15-yard pass catch by Fontenot. The grounding call overcoming that, and Klein with a 20-yard rush. And the Redmen add to their lead. The 2-point conversion makes it 29-0 Carthage. .347 remaining here in this first half. So Carthage in firm control of this one in their home opener, the 74th season of CCIW football. 43rd meeting between these two schools for that Civil War musket. Collins has it teed up at the 35. Robles and Miller will watch this ball drift into the end zone. Collins taking advantage of the wind at his back and able to kick his third touchback of the quarter. 29-0 Carthage, 3:47 to go here in the first half. Our game today brought to you in part by Mason's Eatery and Pub. That's on Highway 50 west of Green Bay Road in Kenosha. By Francetic Tax Resolution. Don't get frantic, get Francetic. Go to 262tax.com. And by our good friends at Luigi's Pizzeria. They're on 39th Avenue, just south of Highway 50. And with that south wind today, I smell a little bit of that pizza cooking down at Luigi's today. Ball spotted at the 25-yard line. 1st and 10 Carroll following the touchback. Johnson, the quarterback, been at the controls all day. He will hand it off, and trying to go up the middle nowhere is Isaac Allen. Had nowhere to run as Dylan Ramirez was there immediately. Pinned him down by the ankles, got him to the turf. Ramirez blocked both field goals last week. That led to the touchdown runs by O'Boyle and Shipp. Now Johnson going to throw, completes out to Kajawa, has some running room, a far side across the 35 and out of bounds near the 38-yard line. 14-yard pickup by Kajawa and a first down for Carroll, trying to find some momentum here late in this first half, trailing 29-0. In the rain here in Kenosha. Johnson gets them set. From their own 38, 1st and 10 Carroll. Move Allen to the right. Johnson wants to throw, looking left, now scrambles, and down he goes. Back at the 34-yard line. Got there first. That was Ramirez, I believe, who got in there first. And Vila credited with the sack. Ramirez got him around the ankles, and then Vila finished him off, and we've got an injured Carroll player. Might be a cramp here. Down at the 32-yard line. Stops the clock with 2:39 to play. Each team has 3 timeouts remaining. Next week, the Redmen right back here at Keller Field. Another noon kickoff here on 1050 WLIP as the Carthage Redmen will entertain the Washington University Bears. First trip ever into Kenosha by Washington U in football. And Larry Klunbaum announcing earlier, their longtime head football coach, that he will retire at the end of this season. Very fine gentleman. Had a chance to talk a little bit with him last year when we made the trip down to St. Louis. High-class individual. Building character down there with that Wash U football program. It's the left tackle, Cameron Hayes, who's back under his own power. They were working on his right calf. Might have been a cramp there. So he will come out. Hunter Bergholtz will move in now at left tackle. Bergholtz is a sophomore out of Marshall, Wisconsin. Loss of 4 on that sack. That's the 3rd sack today by the Redmen. They did not get to the Oshkosh quarterback at all last week. 2nd and 14. Johnson, straight draw up the middle, has some running room. Breaks a tackle inside the 40 out to the 45-yard line. Short of the first down, Johnson able to move it forward with his feet. It's his 5th carry this afternoon. Bring up 3rd and short here. 3rd and about 3. Clock rolling. 2:05 to play here in the half. After that opening drive, the Pioneers now 0 for 5 on 3rd downs. Johnson rolling right. Now trying to step up in the pocket. Throws over the middle, complete to Kajawa at the Redmond 45-yard line and tackled there. Galvin Hoops, the free safety, brought him down, but it will be enough for a Carroll first down at the Carthage 45-yard line. Good patience by Johnson that time. Kind of climbed the pocket a little bit, then wasn't able to step up on the throw. Threw it off his back foot. Found Kajawa at the far hash at the 45. 1st and 10 Pioneers at the Carthage 45-yard line. Minute 27 to go here in the half. They'll hand it off. Coming around the left side and getting down to about the 40-yard line. That was Isaac Allen. And a timeout taken by Carroll, stopping the clock with 1:18 to go. So Carroll will take their first timeout at the Carthage 39-yard line, facing a 2nd and 5. We mentioned some key games going on in the CCIW. I think I misspoke earlier. That Elmhurst-Augustana game is a 6 o'clock kick tonight. The only afternoon game just getting underway is Milliken at North Park. Later on this evening, a 5 o'clock kick in St. Louis. Number 24 ranked Washington University hosting number 5 North Central. How's that for a conference opener? In the other game tonight, down in Wheaton at 6 o'clock, the 17th ranked Thunder will take on the 18th ranked Illinois Wesleyan Titans. Titans, tough luck losers last week up at La Crosse. They turned the ball over 7 times, yet found themselves into overtime against La Crosse last week, and a fumble return for a touchdown in overtime did the Titans in. 2nd and 5 from the 39 following the Pioneer timeout. They have 2 remaining. They bring a man in motion, and now we got movement up front. We got a false start penalty on the Pioneers. That's their 4th false start penalty of the afternoon. Their 6th penalty on the day. Continues to rain here at Keller Field. We'll probably have the lights on here for the second half of this ball game. Colton Reiber in motion. The handoff goes to the tailback. Allen, he is buried in the backfield. Dylan Ramirez in there again. Boy, he's had a heck of a start to this season. Blocked a couple of field goals last time out. That's his 2nd tackle for a loss here this afternoon. Brings up 3rd and 12 here. A loss of 7 on the play. So 3rd and 12, under a minute to go here in this first half. They'll bring Eichstadt in now as a wide receiver. They'll move Kajawa to a slot right side. Johnson from the pistol takes the snap, sets up, throws, looking for Kajawa, and it is broken up, incomplete. Check that was Tyler Elmer, the intended receiver, and he is down and writhing in pain. Good coverage on the play. It was double covered by the Redmond secondary. Tyler Elmer, the intended receiver. I think it was O'Boyle may have gotten a hand on that pass as he was just dropping back in zone coverage that time and may have tipped the ball. And then as Elmer was going down, a couple of Redmond players fell on top of him, and play is stopped as they check Elmer out. He is now sitting up just inside the Redmond 20-yard line and now up to his feet, being helped up. And that's good to see, walking under his own power here. So Elmer will get to the far sideline. 4th down and 12. 33 seconds to go here in this first half. Carthage leading 29-0. Been in firm control after Carroll took the opening kickoff and penetrated to the Redmond 10-yard line, but false start penalty down there, and they were unable to convert on 3rd down from the 15, and a sack and then a missed 42-yard field goal. This is a low snap back to Roselip and able to get the punt away. Patton will let it bounce. It will roll out of bounds just short of the Carthage 20-yard line. Let's see where they spot it. Looks like about the 23, so just a 23-yard punt that time by Roselip. Carthage ball, 27 seconds to go here in the half. I would suspect Carthage would take a knee, head to the locker room, and dry off here, leading 29-0. Dana Fontenot with a pair of touchdowns today. Colton Klein with a touchdown. Brett Patton with a touchdown reception, the scoring for the Redmond today. 2-point conversion on the last touchdown by Klein because of a snap that rolled back to the holder, Patton, and the kicker, Collins, was able to pick it up and throw for the 2-point conversion. Klein will hand it off to Fontenot, who's tripped up immediately in the backfield for a loss back at the 19-yard line, and Carthage will let this clock run out. So the Redmond today put up 300 yards of offense here in this first half, 203 on the ground. As the Carthage Redmen head to the locker room, leading by a score of 29-0 over Carroll University in the battle for the Civil War musket. We'll step out. This will be a 2-minute commercial break. We'll come back with halftime programming right after this. You are listening to Carthage Redmen football on Kenosha's radio station, AM 1050 WLIP.
Test.
Carthage Redmond football this afternoon brought to you by Something Different, a sports fan fantasy land on 6th Avenue in downtown Kenosha, by Berkshire Hathaway Epic Real Estate, by the Sinus and Snoring Doctor, Dr. Swerdlin on Green Bay Road in Kenosha, and by Lynch Chevrolet of Kenosha, just east of I-94 on Highway 50, and by our good friends over at Lou Perini's Gas and Grocery just down the road on Sheridan Road. They're home of Mama P's Ho-Ho Cakes on Sheridan Road and 52nd Street in Kenosha. John Weiser with you here at Art Keller Field in Kenosha. Carthage leading here at the half by a score of 29-0. Redmond kicked off to start the ball game. The Carroll Pioneers had a very nice drive going. Their opening drive took it from their own 23 down to the Redmond 10-yard line, facing a third down and short at the 10-yard line. They were called for a false start penalty. And then on that play, Johnson, the quarterback, was sacked back at the 25-yard line. That set up a 42-yard field goal attempt by Roselip, and that field goal went wide right, and so Carthage got their first drive going. And on that first drive, they were able to march it all the way down, and Dana Fontenot went in from 7 yards out, his first touchdown of the day, and Fontenot made it a 7-0 lead. Carthage then forced a 3-and-out, got the ball back, and on their second drive, able to get it in, this time a juggling catch by Brett Patton in the back of the end zone. That made the score 14-0. Carthage wasn't done yet as they went right back to work. Jalen Dennis throwing a nice pass down to the 2-yard line on a sliding catch by Billy Dury. That set him up first and goal at the 3, and then it was Dana Fontenot going in and over for the touchdown. Then an exciting moment, or I should say that set up the Redmond again as they got a stop on defense, got the ball back again. And this time Klein, a little razzle-dazzle behind the line of scrimmage pass to Patton. He lofted it down to Fontenot, made the catch going to the turf at the 10, and one play later, after a personal foul call on the Redmond, Klein from the 20-yard line scrambled to his left, hit the left numerals, stutter-stepped his way inside the 5, and as he dove from the 6-yard line, just inside the 5, I should say, left his feet, and the ball and Klein hitting the pylon as he rolled out of bounds for the touchdown. That made it 27-0 in favor of the Redmond. Then on the try for the extra point, the snap went through Patton's hand. Collin picked it up and then threw it into the end zone, and making the catch was Peyton Johnstone, a tight end out of Horlick High School, and he made the catch for the 2-point conversion, and that made it 29-0 in favor of the Redmond here at the half. And some of the numbers here in the first half all favor the Redmond here today. Rushing, Redmond 200 yards on the ground on 19 rushing attempts. We said that was going to be a key today. They have had no trouble running the football here today. Leading ground gainer for the Redmond today rushing was actually Colton Klein. He has 6 carries for 108 yards and a touchdown. You have Dana Fontenot, I should say, with 56 yards rushing on 9 carries and 2 touchdowns today. And Jalen Dennis, 4 carries for 39 yards, just under a 10-yard average, along of 28 for Dennis today. So officially 200 yards of rushing for the Redmond in that first half. Meanwhile, in passing department, Colton Klein today 4 of 5 for 61 yards. Jalen Dennis 1 for 3, and then Patton on that lateral pass that he threw to Fontenot, that was good for 25 yards. He's 1 for 1. On the receiving end today, Billy Dury, Do-It-All Dury, as Coach Haas likes to call him. He started his career as a quarterback last year. He's played some quarterback this year for the Redmond, but is seeing some time as the backup tight end. Dury with 2 receptions for 31 yards, along of 18. Javone Stricker, 2 catches for 29, along of 19. Fontenot and Patton, each with a reception here today. For the Carroll Pioneers, negative 13 net on the rushing today. 18 rushes for negative 13 yards, 88 yards in the air, so a total of 75 first half yards for the Pioneers today. They were led on the ground by Litzinger, 3 carries for 10 yards. Isaac Allen, 7 carries for a net of 5. Kujawa on a jet sweep, 1 carry for 2. Sam Spence, 1 carry for no yards. And Michael Johnson, the quarterback today, officially 5 attempts, -10 in the rushing department, plus a snap that went over his head. And you've got -13 rushing yards today for Carroll so far. Carroll with 88 yards passing, and it was Johnson 10 for 14 for those 88 yards, a long of 19. He was sacked 3 times in that first half, and that's good news for the Carthage defense. They did not post a sack against Oshkosh 2 weeks ago. As Johnson 10 of 14. Kujawa 5 receptions for 59 yards, a long of 19. Tyler Elmer 3 receptions for 22, a long of 16. Austin Eichstead, the freshman from Cudahy, 1 catch for 5 yards. David Meza, the tight end, 1 for 2. Third down efficiency today, Carroll 2 for 8, the Redmen 2 for 3. Neither team went for it on 4th down. Punting, the Pioneers punted it 5 times for an average of 36. Carthage only 1 punt. That went for 44. Penalties, Carthage 4 for 109 yards. 3 of those were personal foul calls. And then you have the Carroll Pioneers 6 for 36. Third down efficiencies, Carroll 2 for 8, Carthage 2 for 3. And time of possession, Redmond 18.5 minutes to 11.5 minutes for Carroll in this first half. And Carthage got all 4 chances into the scoring book from the red zone today, and they lead it by a score of 29-0. We mentioned the CCIW, kind of a goofy schedule today, just 2 afternoon games, 3 games at night. And game is under a delay down at North Park. And that is because of a weather delay. Milliken and North Park yet to get underway in that contest. Everything else is going to be under the lights in the CCIW tonight. You've got in St. Louis, you have number 24 Washington University hosting number 5 ranked North Central. And then the other evening game tonight also features Elmhurst at Augustana. That is a 6 o'clock kick from Rock Island. And then it also at 6 o'clock tonight down in Wheaton, it is number 17 Wheaton hosting number 18 Illinois Wesleyan. In the Big Ten this afternoon, they're now in the third quarter, midway through the third, and the Badgers have jumped Michigan today. It's Wisconsin 28, Michigan nothing in that contest. Cone has thrown for 117 yards. Jonathan Taylor, 174 yards and 2 touchdowns running the football today. It is the Badgers leading Michigan 28-0 midway through the third up at Camp Randall. They're in the third quarter down in Evanston today. Michigan State leading Northwestern 14-3. Lurkey, 168 yards and a touchdown throwing the football for the Spartans. And Collins with 74 yards rushing and a touchdown to lead the way for Michigan State. Meanwhile, Johnson for the Wildcats, 82 yards passing and an interception today. And Bowser with 12 attempts, 36 yards rushing. Again, Michigan State 14, Northwestern 3 midway through the third. Boston College on top of Rutgers out east in New Jersey today, 24-13. BC trying to overcome a loss last week to Kansas. Miami of Ohio is at Ohio State. That game scheduled to kick off at 2:30 this afternoon. And the evening game tonight over on the Big Ten Network. Looking forward to sitting in the easy chair with an adult beverage with that one. That'll be Nebraska in Champaign to take on Illinois. Here, the Redmen lead by a score of 29-0 at the half. We'll pause. We'll take a 60 break. When we come back, we'll get you caught up to date on what's going on around Carthage in athletics today. Some big stuff still yet to go on. We'll share that with you when we return to our halftime programming here to Art Keller Field. Redmen lead at 29-0 here on AM 1050 WLIP. Redmond football today brought to you in part by Ruffalo's 2 Family Restaurant on 45th Street in Kenosha, by Wingstop of Kenosha, and by Bob Rorman's Kenosha Nissan. John Weiser back with you here at Art Keller Field in Kenosha. Halftime, the Redmen leading the Carroll Pioneers 29-0. We'll have soccer here later on this evening here at Art Keller Field, a 7 o'clock match featuring the Carthage Redmen soccer team under head coach Steve Doman. They come in with a record of 2-5. They'll take on Hope College tonight as part of that tournament here at Art Keller Field. The Redmen last night fell to Calvin College 2-0. Redmen had just 2 shots on goal and missed their intended target in the first 10 minutes of play before the Knights scored in the 25th minute of the first half and then added a goal in the second half to make it a 2-0 ball game. So the Redmen look to bounce back tonight against Hope College on the pitch tonight at 7 here at Art Keller Field. Meanwhile, women's volleyball going on. Volleyball meet going on here today. Lady Reds faced Finlandia here this morning. They were able to win that match, and then they also won last night against Concordia. Hard-fought match. It went 4 as the Concordia took the first game 25-19, second and third set 25-12, 25-23 in favor of the Lady Reds, and the Reds took the final fourth set 25-15 in that contest last night. So the 10th ranked Carthage Lady Reds sitting at 4-1 as they took on Finlandia this morning and won that match. So good luck to Leanne Ulmer and the Lady Reds volleyball as they continue on their trek here. Opened up conference play this week with a victory over Illinois Wesleyan. So that's going well for volleyball. Women's golf participating out at the UW Whitewater tournament. They were second after day 1 of that tournament. Playing in the rain in that UW Whitewater Fall Classic. Women's tennis also on the road today. They're up at St. Peter, Minnesota. They're taking part in the ITA Midwest Regional up at Gustavus Adolphus. So best of luck to Brady Lindsley and the women's tennis team as they head up there. They had a couple of matches this morning. Redmond back home here next Saturday. It'll be a noon kickoff against Washington University. First trip ever for the Bears into Kenosha for football. And that'll be a noon kickoff. We'll be with you at 11:30 next Saturday morning. Then the Redmen hit the road to Elmhurst. 1 o'clock kick down at Langhorst Field against the Elmhurst Blue Jays. And then they'll return home after that for a homecoming game in early October hosting Illinois Wesleyan. So the football program under Dustin Haas. Busy schedule. They'll have a couple of tough road games coming up on the schedule. As I mentioned, they return home Saturday, October 12th. For that homecoming game against Wesleyan. Then it's on the road at Milliken, a night game down at Lindsay Field in Milliken on October 19th. And a road trip to North Central College to take on nationally ranked North Central. That'll be Saturday, October 26th. And then the Redmen return home November 2nd, hosting North Park. So, heart of their schedule. That'll be the Wesleyan, Milliken, North Central affairs there. That kind of let you know exactly where you're going to be. And that Washington University game not going to be an easy matchup either next week, even though that will be here at home. It's going to be a tough matchup here for the Redmen going forward. WashU coming in at number 24 this week. 4 teams from the CCIW ranked in the top 25, largest contingent by one conference in the top 25 this week by D3Football.com. That is amazing accomplishment. North Central at number 5, Wheaton at number 17, Wesleyan at number 18, and Washington University at number 24. Teams have made their way back out to the field here for a little bit of a warm-up. Rain continues here. It's been raining since about midway through the second quarter. And the good news with that is no lightning with that.
Hello.
So it is a windy and rainy afternoon here at Art Keller Field, but the Redmen hold the 29-0 lead. Getting set here for second half play. Scanning around, taking a look at the high school scores this morning, and it was shout out to Danny Hernandez, the head coach over at Racine Park High School. Hernandez, who played his prep football at St. Joseph High School here in Kenosha, and graduated from Carthage College here, played for Tim Rux, was a linebacker in the early 2000s here at Carthage. Was a graduate assistant coach for a while here, and his first high school head coaching job with the Racine Park Panthers. They beat Tremper last night down at Tremper, and Danny Hernandez has got that Park program just about turned around. They've been a doormat for so long in the Southeast Conference in high school football, but at Tim Ruck's coaching tree, he picks up a win. Brian Schrettel, another former player here at Carthage under Tim Ruck's, offensive lineman, all-conference offensive lineman. Schrettel, head coach at Racine Case. They shut out Racine Horlick last night, 21-0. So Brian Schrettel with a big win last night. Tom Aldrich out at Catholic Central, a teammate of Tim Ruck's here under Art Keller. Aldrich's Catholic Central team picked up a win last night as well. Things did not go so well for another Carthage grad, Tyson Mengel. He's the head coach out at Westosha Central. They got run over by the Waterford Wolverine bus last night, 52-7 out in Waterford last night. But always good to see the fruits of your labor here at Carthage College. These are all Carthage grads, all went through the program for 4 years here. Some instances played for Art Keller, other instances played for Tim Rux and coached with Tim Rux. Matt Rizzo, another one. Graduate assistant here at Carthage College. They're playing this afternoon down the road at Amici Field against Racine Lutheran in the rain today. So the Redmen will get the ball to start this second half. They won the coin toss and deferred here to the second half. They did not turn the lights on here at halftime. I'm surprised. I thought they would have turned the lights on here today, but not the case. So we'll play in the Gloman here. Cloudy, overcast, rainy, and windy afternoon here in Kenosha. Carthage with 304 total yards of offense in that first half, 200 on the ground, 104 in the air, 75 yards given up total in this contest to Carroll. Good chunk of that coming on their opening drive, which they were turned away on that missed field goal, and it's been all downhill for the Pioneers today. Redmen up 29-0, second half kickoff set to come. Run up by Roselip and the kick. And a fair catch signaled for inside the 5-yard line. Good move there by Jacob Boucher. Move the ball out to the 25-yard line. Again, you can fair catch on those kickoffs. Seeing more and more of that now with the knowing that the rules are. Understanding the rules. As long as you don't advance the ball, you can fair catch it inside the 25, and the ball will automatically come out to the 25-yard line. That's where the Redmen will start this drive. 1st and 10 at their own 25. Looks like it'll be Jalen Dennis out there to start this second half at quarterback. He'll have Dana Fontenot in the backfield. Sammy Limbaugh, the tight end, lined up on the right side. Got a wing here to the near side. It'll be Dennis on the option keep, and he'll be buried behind the line of scrimmage for a loss of 2 at the 23-yard line. Kyle Julius there to make the play for the Pioneers. There'll be a loss back to the 23-yard line. It'll bring up a 2nd and 12. Fontenot the single back. Dennis will work out a pistol here on 2nd down and 12. High snap, brings it down, gives it to Fontenot, trying to work the middle, bounces it at the right side, has some room. Out across the 30, 35, 40, flag down as he's wrestled at the 45-yard line. There's actually 3 flags on this play, all in the same area. This is coming back for a hold. Good job by Fontenot. Was going to try and go up the middle, then bounced it out to his right toward the far side of the field. And there's your hold right there. We caught it on the replay. It looked like it was Travis Werner guilty of the hold. Let's see if we got the referee's mic working.
Holding. Number 87 of the offense, 10 yards from the spot of the foul. 2nd down.
So the holding call on the Redmen occurred from the spot of the foul, so they will move it back to the Carthage at the 18-yard line. Bring up a 2nd and 18 for the Redmen. They lead at 29-0. Opening possession to start this 3rd quarter here in Kenosha. Dennis changing the play. We'll hand it off. Fontenot tries the left side, not much there. Sealed off immediately on the play that time. Justin Contney, junior out of West Alice Hale, a linebacker, able to step in the hole and make the play for no gain. Bring up a 3rd down and 18 for the Redmen. Cole Vercelli will check in as a wide receiver to the far side along with Javone Stricker. Fontenot, the single back in the backfield. They'll go 2 tights, 2 wide receivers here on 3rd down and 18 from their own 17-yard line. And they'll hand it off to Fontenot on the draw. Breaks a tackle across the 25 and tumbles his way out to the 30-yard line where he is down there. Jonathan Rao covered him up. Rao, the sophomore out of West Alice. Short of the 1st down. Punting unit coming on for just the 2nd time today for the Redmen. This will be Jalen Dennis punting here. So we might see something out of this. Let's see. Well, he's just going to run and kick this one. Kind of a spread punt. Try and drive it to the far side of the field. It'll roll dead at the Carroll 44-yard line. "26-yard punt. Into the wind and rain here at Keller Field. So Carroll, their first possession, 2nd half, trails 29-0, 12:22 to go here in this 3rd quarter. Our game today brought to you in part by Bob Rohrman's Kenosha Nissan and by Vigiano Insurance. When you need insurance, give Steve a call. From their own 44-yard line, 1st and 10 Carroll. Michael Johnson. Been at quarterback, 10 for 14, 88 yards in that 1st half. Single back lined up behind him. That is Isaac Allen. 2 receivers here to the near side. Now they empty the left side. They'll go with that jet sweep here to the near side. And they'll get it out across the 45 to the 48-yard line. Keon Miller with his first carry today out of that wide receiver spot. He's a freshman from Richland Center, Wisconsin. He was in motion. He was the motion man from left to right, coming back to the near side, taking that on that jet sweep. Goes for a gain of 6, sets up a 2nd and 4 for the Pioneers at their own 49-yard line. 2 receivers left, single receiver right. That's Elmer. Now Meza, the tight end, in motion to the left. And Johnson will throw it out and through the hands of Meza. That'll go as an incomplete pass. Redmen were chasing it down as perhaps it was a lateral, but the officials immediately ruled incomplete, so it'll bring up 3rd down for the Pioneers. Pioneers just 2 for 8 on 3rd downs in that 1st half. They'll put Eichstad and Kujawa out to the left side. Elmer here to the near side, the right side of the formation on 3rd down and 5 from their own 49. Redmond in a 4-man front. No blitz. They rush 4. They'll hand it off. And it is Allen who will struggle forward. Second effort, may have gotten the first down. First man there to get to him was Malik Thigpen, but he came off. Looked like he got a stinger as he comes off to the sideline. And it will be a gain of 5 and enough for a first down at the Redmond 46-yard line. Gabe Vila also there on that stop. So 1st and 10 Carroll, 11:10 to go, 3rd quarter. Carroll trailing 29-0. Johnson from pistol. Will fake the handoff. He'll keep it. Tries to go up the left side. He'll get a couple as he is thrown down wrestling style that time by the Carthage defender. Gain of 5. Josh Wayan was there on the stop. Indian Trail grad. They'll go hurry up here on 2nd down. They'll hand it off, trying to bounce it out the right side. Allen, and he is stopped inside the 40, down to the Carthage 37-yard line. He'll be stopped short of the first down. Keith Freeman in there. Good to see him back. He's been battling in the injury bug. Got in there to make the stop for the Redmen, the 5'9 junior out of Elmhurst. Got some help from Galvin Hoops as well on that one. Another critical 3rd down here, 3rd and 1 for the Pioneers at the Carthage 37-yard line. 3 receivers left, single back in the backfield. Meza, the tight end, lined up right side. Johnson sprinting laterally along the line, and he'll get the first down, cutting up the field left side to the 35-yard line. There is a late penalty marker down. There is also a Redmond player down out there. It's Galvin Hoops. This might be coming back here against Carroll. Let's see. Hoops is in some discomfort inside the 30-yard line. The officials conferencing here. They've been chatty today. Here's the call.
The result of the play was a first down. We have a personal foul, dead ball foul, number 66 of the offense. It'll be a 15-yard penalty, and then it'll be first down.
So a 1st and 25 upcoming here for the Pioneers as they got the made first down. It was Hayden Anderson, a freshman right tackle, guilty of the personal foul. And it was immediately after the play, and we're watching the replay here. He had a player down and jumped on top of him, and that player rolled into the Carthage player, Galvin Hoops. Rolled up his left leg. So it was a made first down. And it's going to be a 1st and 10. Where are the chain guys going? They're marching up and down the field here. They're going to mark the ball at the 50-yard line. So it'll be 1st and 10 from there. Shovel pass to Meza, the tight end, taking a couple of players with him down inside the 45, down to the 42-yard line. A little shovel pass that time to the tight end, Meza, going the left side. He was lined up on the right side as a wing, and then they moved Isaac Allen over to the right. And that quick little shovel pass into the line of scrimmage. Again, they'll run the draw play here, and again, the Redmen all over that. Allen on the draw. Bottom of the pile, Jacob Seimer for the Redmen. Gain of about a yard. It'll bring up a 3rd and 2 here. So far, Carroll 2 for 2 on 3rd downs here in the second half. Johnson scrambling out right side. Still on his feet. And coming in to make the play for the Redmen was Josh Wayand again. Wayand, the senior out of Indian Trail High School, makes the stop short of the first down marker. It'll bring up 4th and a long 3 here. Able to get to Johnson. Looks like the punting unit coming on for Carroll. Carson Roselip also does the punting. 5 punts, averaged 36 yards in that first half. And now they're going to switch some things up here. Looks like they're going to go for it here. Traylon Anderson is in at quarterback, and now a timeout taken by the Redmen. Good call there by Dustin Haas, as it looked like they were going to go for the fake and at least force the Redmen to take a timeout here. So timeout Carthage, 8:08 to go here in the third quarter. Redmen lead it by a score of 29-0. Big Ten going on this afternoon up at Camp Randall Stadium. A big ball game involving Michigan and the Badgers. And the Badgers give up their first points of the season in that third quarter, but they lead it 35-8 over the Michigan Wolverines. Taping that game at home. I can't wait to go home and peruse that before the other Big Ten game tonight. Nothing gives me greater pleasure than watching Jim Harbaugh whine and cry. So following the Redmond timeout, 4th and 3 from the 43, back into regular punt formation is Roselip. Patton standing at his own 10-yard line. Roselip will have the breeze at his back here, going left to right. End-over-end punt. It'll bounce inside the 15, and Patton will let it roll, and it got to the end zone. Big break there. Patton got away with it. He let it bounce and roll. There were 3 Carroll players trying to chase it down. They could not down it. It rolls to the end zone. It'll be a touchback. Carthage ball at the 20-yard line. 7:59 to play, third quarter. Redmond lead it by a score of 29-0. Carthage football on AM 1050 WLIP is brought to you in part by S.J. Crystal's Menswear. For the finest in men's fashions, it's clearly S.J. Crystal's. And by Dickey's Barbecue Pit on I-94 off Highway 50 across from Woodman's. And by the Westosha Sports Complex, Zero to Hero Conditioning. Handoff goes to Fontenot on first down, busts his way across the 25 out to the 27-yard line. It's a gain of 7 for Fontenot. Bring up a 2nd and 3 for the Carthage Redmen. Fontenot having a nice ball game here today. 13 carries, 95 yards, and 2 touchdowns today for Fontenot. We were hoping to get the running game going, and the Redmen did. Again, it's Jalen Dennis at quarterback here. 2nd and 3. Dennis, play fake, now keeps it, tries to dance out of the pocket, still on his feet, fighting for yardage, and got out, let's see, too close to the 30-yard line. He may have picked up the first down, and he did. Finally brought down on the play by Nate McMillan, the junior out of Beloit. 1st and 10 Carthage, just got the first down at the 30-yard line. Jacob Boucher is the running back now behind the quarterback, Dennis. Boucher out of McWanago. He's going to get the carry, and a great read by the defense there as they make the play. Nick Mantis, a freshman out of Glenbrook North, leads that defensive line in tackles coming into the game here, and he makes a nice play, and he is slow to get up. He had a cramping issue in that second quarter, and he may have re-aggravated that here, but that was a good job by Mantis, able to shed 2 blocks and get in there as Dennis was contemplating whether to keep the ball or hand it off to Boucher. They'll credit the carry to Boucher for -5, and it'll bring up a 2nd and 15. Again, time has been called here. 6:38 to play here in the third for the injured Carroll player, Nick Mantis. Again, no action going on in the CCIW. North Park and Milliken in a weather delay down in Chicago. Elmhurst is at Augustana. That's a 6 o'clock kick tonight. 24th ranked Wash U will host number 5 North Central tonight at 5. And at 6 o'clock down in Wheaton, it's number 18 Illinois Wesleyan at number 17 Wheaton Thunder. 2nd and 15 from their own 25. Dennis rolling right. Looking for some help. Not going to get it. He'll go down back at the 20-yard line. Jalen Dennis, the sophomore out of Wheeling, pulled down. First sack of the afternoon, given up by the Redmond offensive line. Be a loss of 6. It'll bring up 3rd and 21. Ball back at the 19-yard line. This drive not very good here for the Redmen. Boucher back in there as the single back. 2 receivers to the left, single receiver right for the Redmen. Jalen Dennis will hand it off to Boucher. Spun out of 1 tackle and was stopped just short of the 20-yard line. Good defensive stop here by Carroll here in this third quarter. Good read up front. They won the battle line of scrimmage on this drive as they were able to leak through the Redmond offensive line, and Carthage will be forced to punt into the wind here. Redmond with a 29-0 lead as the punting unit makes its way onto the field. This will be David Collins out there to punt. They were short a player. They just get him on for Carroll. Collins gets this one away. Returnable for Robles. Dropped it, then had a fall on it back at the 44-yard line. Was going to try and set up a return here to the near side, but as he made the catch, the ball slipped through his hands, and he was able to fall on it back at the 43-yard line. 43-yard punt, no return. Will set Carroll up 1st and 10 on their own 43-yard line. 4:48 to go, third quarter. Carthage in front by a score of 29-0. Redmond home here next weekend, next Saturday at noon. They will host the Washington University Bears. Kickoff at noon. Our coverage here on 1050 WLIP begins at 11:30 next Saturday morning. Michael Johnson, empty backfield. Now they move the Litzinger, the running back, back in there, but Johnson keeps it, and he is buried back at the 42-yard line. Josh Wayand again in there on the tackle for the Redmen. He's had a nice ball game today defensively. Playing that nickel back slot. Lonnie Dennis made so well in his days here. Be a loss of 1, 2nd and 11. Tyler Elmer in motion to the far side, and Johnson's going to run, then throw to Elmer behind the line of scrimmage. Breaks 1 tackle across the 45 and is pulled out of bounds near midfield. Nice play call there as they ran the quarterback laterally down the left side of the line, Johnson, and threw on the run as Elmer was the man in motion to the far side. They faked the handoff and then toss it out in motion. He was able to get past Galvin Hoops. Check that Tommy Williams, 26 out there for the Redmen. Get extra yardage. Sets him up 3rd and manageable now, 3rd and 5 from midfield. Fake the handoff. Johnson going to throw, and it's in and out of the hands. Incomplete of the receiver, Austin Eichstead. He was open just across the 45-yard line of the Redmen, and it went through his hands incomplete. Keith Freeman was out there in coverage for the Redmen. So the Pioneers will punt. Patton is deep at the 15-yard line for the Redmen. 7th punt of the day for Carroll. It's a good snap. Far side punt will bounce, stays in bounds, and will roll into the end zone untouched. 51-yard punt with the roll, no return. Touchback, Carthage ball out at the 20-yard line. Well, Carroll has gone 6 quarters and change without scoring on the Redmen, going back to last year. Carthage winning 31-0 last year over in Waukesha. This will be Billy Dury at quarterback now. First time we saw him behind center today. Part of that 3 QB rotation that the Redmen use. It's Boucher up the middle. Breaks a tackle across the 20 out to the 24-yard line for Jacob Boucher. It's his 3rd carry today, the junior out of Mukwonago. Brings up a 2nd down and a 4 for the Redmen. 2:50 remaining, 3rd quarter. Carthage leading 29-0. Pair of touchdowns by Fontenot in that first half. Patton with a touchdown reception. Colton Klein with a touchdown run. 2-point conversion on that final touchdown of that first half. Boucher again trying to go up the middle. Now bounces it right side. Well covered by the Pioneers and wrestled down. An excellent job of staying home that time. Adam Miller, the defensive end off that left side, able to seal off that cutback that time and prevented Boucher from taking that to the far side. Would have been a first down if he got away from Adam Miller. Tyler Baird credited with that stop. 3rd down and 5 for the Redmen. From their own 25-yard line. Play clock down to 9. Pioneers showing blitz. Delayed blitz, and they go right into the backfield, right into Boucher. Stop for no gain. Contney again. Contney, I should say. Justin Contney. Played well on defense for Carroll, able to come up and make the stop. And the Redmen will be forced to punt here late in this 3rd quarter. Be a loss of 3 by Boucher. And we'll set up a punting formation here for Collins. Robles standing back deep. High snap. Collins gets it down, gets it away. Wobbly kick that will take a Redmen bounce across midfield inside the 40. And will roll dead at the Carroll 36-yard line. 42-yard punt with that roll for Collins. And so Carroll will take over with 58 seconds to play here in the 3rd, trailing by a score of 29-0. Again, Redmen soccer tonight, 7 o'clock here at Art Keller Field as Steve Doman's Redmen on the pitch against Hope College. That's a 7 o'clock start tonight right here at Keller Field.
We've got thunder and lightning in the area. We're going to ask the players and the spectators to clear the field until further notice. Thank you.
Well, we're going to go into a lightning delay here at Keller Field. The officials have been notified. Jacob Denauer, the head athletic trainer here at Carthage, who also keeps track of that, says there is some lightning in the area, so we're going to settle into a delay. So we'll stay here and we'll visit a little bit here. Kind of ad-lib our way through this delay here for a little bit. So again, the rule is play would resume 30 minutes after the last lightning strike. So evidently there is some lightning in the area. I have not seen nor heard any thunder or seen any lightning here, but they say it is in the area, so we're into a delay here at Art Keller Field. With 58 seconds remaining in this 3rd quarter, Carthage leading by a score of 29-0. Recapping the scoring in this ball game, it was Carroll who got the opening kickoff and drove all the way down to the Carthage 10-yard line. And then they took a penalty and a sack, and they were facing a 4th down. They attempted a 42-yard field goal that was wide right. So then the Redmen took over on their own 25-yard line and proceeded to go on a 10-play, 75-yard drive that was capped off by the Dana Fontenot touchdown, first of 2 today by Fontenot. Collins' extra point made it a 7-0 ball game with 4 minutes to go in the 1st quarter. Carthage was able to stop Carroll on their next possession get the ball back, and a quick strike, 5-play, 52-yard drive in just under 2 minutes. It was Colton Klein finding Brett Patton into the back of the end zone, and that made the score 14-0 early second quarter in favor of the Redmen. Redmen would add 2 more scores in the frame. A 7-play, 50-yard drive in 3 minutes, 19 seconds, taken in by Dana Fontenot, a 2-yard run. The extra point by Collins made it 21-0. Then on their final, that was set up on a nice play. Dury making a sliding grab at the 2-yard line, and that set Fontenot up for the touchdown dive. Second touchdown of the afternoon by Fontenot. That made it 21-0. A little razzle-dazzle by the Redmen. A little option read tossed to Patton behind the line, who then threw it downfield to Fontenot, the running back, who made the catch at the 10. There was a penalty on the play, so it was first and goal from the 20. And then Klein, spinning out of a tackle, bolted to the far sideline, took it down the left sideline, and made a diving attempt at the pylon. And as he dove, he hit the pylon with the football for the touchdown. On the extra point, the snap rolled past Patton. Collins, the kicker, picked it up and threw it to the tight end on the play, Peyton Johnstone, for the 2-point conversion. And that's where we stand here, 29-0, 58 seconds to play in this third quarter under a weather delay here in Kenosha. As we take a look at the stats through almost 3 quarters now of this ball game, Redmen with 281 yards of offense. The Carroll team with Carroll Pioneers with 108 yards of offense. Redmen with 177 on the ground, 104 in the air. Carroll now in positive yardage rushing with 13 yards rushing, 95 in the air for the Pioneers. 2 different quarterbacks really today for the Redmen, Colton Klein and Jalen Dennis. Klein today 4 for 5 for 61 yards, that 1 touchdown pass to Brett Patton for 19 yards. He's been sacked once, the only sack given up by the Redmen today. Jalen Dennis 1 for 3 for 18 yards. And of course Patton off that lateral throwing to Fontenot. He is 1 for 1 today. On the ground today, Dana Fontenot, 13 carries, 95 yards, and 2 touchdowns, a long of 22. Klein, 7 carries for 44 yards, a long of 21. Dennis, 6 carries for a net of 40. Jacob Boucher, 4 carries for a net of 1. And they credited that last carry before the punt to Alex Jarvis, the freshman out of Indian Trail. So he has 1 carry for negative 3 yards. On the receiving end for the Redmen, Billy Dury, 2 catches for 31 yards. That 18-yard diving catch at the 2 set up the touchdown. Javon Stricker, 2 receptions for 29. Fontenot, 1 for 25. And Patton, 1 for 19. For Carroll so far, it's Johnson, Michael Johnson, the quarterback, a converted wide receiver. He did play quarterback at high school very well for West Allis Hale, as a matter of fact. 11 of 17 for 95 yards, a long of 19. He's been sacked 3 times today. His favorite target has been, so far, one of the outstanding receivers in the conference, sophomore Alex Kujawa. He had 8 receptions last week. Kujawa with 5 here today. 5 catches, 59 yards, a long of 19. Tyler Elmer with 3 receptions for 22, a long of 16. Tight end David Meza, 2 for 9 yards, a long of 7, and the Austin Eichstead, the freshman out of Cudahy, 1 reception for 5 yards. Running the ball, it's been an adventure today for Carroll. Net of 13 yards rushing. Allen, 10 carries for a net of 15. Litzinger, 3 carries for 10. Tyler Elmer out of the jet sweep, 1 carry for 6. Keon Miller, same formation, same result, 1 for 5. Kujawa, 1 for 2. Spence, 1 carry, no yards. And when you add in the 3 sacks, Michael Johnson, 9 carries, negative 5 net yards. Third down efficiency, Carroll 3 for 11, Carthage 2 for 6. Carthage dominating time of possession, 26.5 to 17.5 for Carroll. Penalty yardage, Carroll 7 penalties, I should say, for 51 yards, Carthage 6 for 89. And neither team has turned the ball over today, despite the wet weather and the rain here at Keller Field. We have 58 seconds to go here in this third quarter. The game is under a weather delay for lightning in the area. And so we are going to wait this one out with a full quarter yet to play. And Carthage leading by a score of 29 to nothing. There is some weather moving through here as I get my radar updated here. Looking at that, looks like it's going to be a while here to the heavier weather. So what they've done here is they've cleared the stands. They've sent the teams back into the locker rooms here. Meanwhile, we can tell you some Big Ten scores as well here as just getting underway, North Park and Milliken. Later on tonight, it's going to be Elmhurst at Augustana. That's a 6 o'clock kick down in Rock Island. 5 o'clock kick in St. Louis. 24th ranked Washington University will take on North Central, number 5 in the D3Football.com poll. And at 6 o'clock tonight down at Wheaton, it's number 18 Illinois Wesleyan battling number 17 Wheaton Thunder. Big Ten today, they're in the fourth quarter. The Badgers leading Michigan 35-8 with about 8 minutes to go in that one up at Camp Randall Stadium. Taylor with 203 yards rushing and a pair of touchdowns for the Badgers in that one. Michigan State pounding Northwestern. 4 minutes to go down in Evanston. The Spartans leading Northwestern 31-3. Indiana has defeated Connecticut today 38-3. Boston College leading Rutgers 30-16 in the fourth quarter in New Jersey. Miami of Ohio is at Ohio State, and Nebraska is at Illinois. So trying to get things organized here. I know I've got an engineer back at the studio. Tell you what we're going to do. We're going to, why don't you come in here? Get in here. We'll stay here for a little bit. I'm going to get this guy. You come in and visit, so now this is what you get. You get to sit down and talk. My old broadcast partner back in the day for Carthage football, Tim Bernero, the women's basketball coach, sitting in here. How you doing, pal?
Good.
Yeah, well, it's raining.
Hey, I just got a report from Michigan. Alum Eric Steffen said the broadcast is A1 as usual. So I said, come over and check on you in between.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Eric, of course, basketball program at Oakland University.
Carthage alum, long-time fan and supporter, so great guy. Said he was at home watching our game and the Michigan game, but it's that one's kind of gone sideways for the people from Michigan, so it's all Carthage and all a little bit of a glitch here, a little weather.
Little weather moving through, and hadn't seen any lightning, but evidently it's been detected in the area. So for the safety of the fans and the players, get them off the field, of course. You always want to err on the caution of safety, but it's been raining since the second quarter, and impressed here with the Redmen here offensively today, 29-0 lead. And what are your impressions here? You watched the game here today. What do you think?
I only saw a little bit. We had an athletic visit day, so I was back talking to some prospective students back there. But it looks like we're off to a great start at home here, and it's good to get that going. It's interesting when you don't play for a week. You kind of, as a coach, I'm not sure you do get a lot of time to get prepared for the next one, but you don't know how they're going to come out. There's coaches always worry about it. Too much time off, not enough time off. So I think obviously the bye week came at a good time, and we're playing really well.
You know, one of the things Dustin has done is changed some of the practice scheduling a little bit. He's gone hard early in the week, then kind of a shell day on Wednesday, a walkthrough on Thursday, and then gets them back out in shoulder pads and shorts on Friday and does a little, not contact, but just has them in the equipment running through what they need to do, and kind of, as he said, you kind of build them up early in the week, then kind of slow it down, then build them up again on Friday. And he said that that seems to have worked here, at least over the last 2 weeks.
It seems to be a new model in football. You know, they've kind of gone away from, at all levels, the two-a-days and the preseason stuff, and now you're into, you know, just everyone's trying to find peak performance for their kids. When, you know, when to back off and kind of get them rest, and then when to build them up. And football seems to be a lot cleaner because you're building up for Saturday pretty much almost all the time. So you've got the whole week kind of playing out. You know, I think when somebody finds, just like all coaches stealing ideas from somebody else, so you know, when somebody tries something that works, everybody's going to try it. So, you know, hopefully this is a good formula for our kids.
And you know, the bye weeks as they come, you get that first full week of the bye. It's more of a self-scout, more self-practice, where you're not really game planning so much for the next opponent as you're looking at you know, what you've done recently in either in practice or in your most recent game, and then trying to make the adjustments there. I'm sure it's similar in basketball when you have a little bit of a break where you maybe play a game on a Saturday, you don't play again maybe into a tournament on Friday. You've got a full week after that first game to kind of take a step back, self-scout yourself, and then move forward from there.
You know, a lot of that from first to second is always a big improvement. You know, sometimes it was Al McGuire said the best thing about a freshman is they become a sophomore. Well, I think when you get your bye week after the first game, you know, you prepared all off season. The kids are getting prepared, the coaches are getting prepared. You play the first game. You know, it's the first time you take the car out of the garage and see how it looks. And you know, there's good things that happen. There's things you want to correct. And you know, you usually see a big bump from the first to the second game like that, especially then with the extra week in there. So obviously, you know, whatever our preparation was really well done.
We're in a weather delay here at Carthage College. Football game here between the Redmen and the Carroll Pioneers. Carthage leading by a score of 29-0. We've got under a minute remaining in the third quarter, and the teams have been pulled off the field because lightning being detected in the area. We're visiting with women's basketball coach Tim Bernero here at Carthage College. And hey, you're what, 2.5, 3 weeks away from getting on the hardwood yourself here.
Yeah, it's coming October 15th, so practices start for both teams then, and the men's and women's teams. We'll be into our season before you know it. We like the warm weather like this, so when the weather turns a little bit, it usually means we're headed toward basketball season. You know, we're anxious to get started. It's going to be a fun season.
Should be a fun season. You got most of your team coming back, plus a little bit of recruiting on the side. Tell me a little about it.
You know, they always say when you have veteran guards, you should be in good shape. We've got 3 starting senior guards, so I should be relaxed. You know, very confident. I am with Autumn and Maddie and Sammy. So they played a lot of minutes for us in their career. They're very accomplished, and you know, we're going to expand a little bit on what we do and try to some new challenges this year. We've got a lot of other good players that are ready to step forward and get more chances this year.
Bit of a challenge early in the schedule because you open up at home November 9th against Calvin College here at the Tarbell Arena. That'll be a 1 o'clock tip on Saturday, November 9th. Calvin, normally one of the nationally respected teams, and I mean, we've played them the last couple of years. You've had the opportunity to play home and home with them, and it kind of gets you a good tune-up game for the start of the season.
Yeah, they had a freshman 6'2" kid that was a really good player last year. He was an all-region kid. They're one of those schools that has kind of legacy kids. You know, it was relation to somebody who played before, and I think it's their athletic director's daughter. So she's a very good player. We played pretty close in the first half up there last year, and then we got ran away from one pretty good. So we've got some familiarity. It's an interesting situation. First game of the years are always different. We were just talking about football, and then they change coaches. So they're not sure. They probably are a little more sure what we're going to do. But I know as good a player as the big kid was, I'm sure they'll focus their stuff around there.
Yeah, you play Calvin at home, then Fontbonne here at home on November 14th. Then you hit the road for another Saturday game at Cornell, and then Alma Mater Week. You get to play the old Foresters of Lake Forest on November the 20th down at the Lake Forest Sports and Recreation Center.
At least we'll be in the gym. They can't show up. We weren't in the classroom, but we said we slept here. So, I think we're okay. We're okay otherwise, but it'll be. It's always fun. That's a good game to play. They have a nice program. It's local. It's not a. We're making a trip. It's 5-6 hours to play it on conference time. So trying to get some of the teams that are within an hour or two to play non-conference is always helpful.
Then you've got a battle later on against Wisconsin Stevens Point, and then it's conference play early again with the advent of the 9-team schedule. So December 4th at Elmhurst. That's not going to be an easy game either.
No, I think we're still, it's been a couple of years. I think all basketball coaches are still trying to get our heads around playing 2 games in December, or 2 or 3 sometimes. But just so happens the way they fell this year, we've got 2 road games. So being ready early is paramount. If we can get off to a good start with 2 road games, when you turn the calendar to 2020, we'll have more home games on the road to finish out the tournament.
And your trip this year, you always take a trip. That's part of the beauty of Carthage Athletics, the availability of the varsity teams to do some nice trips. And you're going to be headed to Nashville after Christmas. Nazareth College and Adrian College, part of the Trevecca Nazarene tournament down there.
Yeah, we made that trip, I think it was 4 years ago, and really a nice trip, not too far. We can just take our time, take the bus down there. We're out of school. Last time we went, we stopped in Indianapolis, toured the NCAA offices, the Hall of Fame stuff, and had dinner there, and made the rest of the way down. And another one of these tournaments is run by these companies that they find gyms to play in, and a bunch of teams sign up. I always like the idea of playing somebody different than playing a team from New York and a team from Michigan, as opposed to just you get different styles, you get different types of players, types of games that aren't exactly like the games you get around here. So it's a good test, and it's a good frame of reference when you go back. Oh, you remember when we played Nazareth? When we played Adrian, they played a little bit like this. And, usually it goes the other way. You compare it to the teams in our, you try to say, well, they play a little bit like Elmhurst or whoever. So it's a very challenging schedule. It's very fair, but I think we'll have to be at our best to be right in the mix of things.
We're in a weather delay here for Carthage football this afternoon. Redmond lead at 29-0. Late here in the third quarter, teams have been sent back to the locker room for a bit of lightning in the area, but it is looking promising. There's a little bit of a rain front moving through here, and it is starting to clear off a little bit to the west here, so I anticipate this to be a short delay, if anything, maybe inside of an hour. We're visiting with women's basketball coach Tim Bernero. As you look at the conference, Tim, the usual suspects. I mean, you look at the top 3 or top 4. Carthage will be in that mix, but same suspects.
Yeah, I think the last decade or so has been a mix of us and Wheaton and Illinois Wesleyan. So there's other teams that are moving in different directions, but I think the league's got more competitive top to bottom the last few years, not just the 3 teams at the top. So it's always challenging, and it's always interesting because there's you get to know other people, other coaches, other styles, what their styles are. And you it's one of those things that as you see kids over and over from those teams, and I'm sure it's the same for them, you get to know the personnel really detailed from being the kids who are juniors and seniors. So there's not a lot of secrets when you get to that point. You're always trying to do early intel where you're trying to look at rosters to see if anybody's got stuff up your sleeve, who some of the new kids are, and where you're at there. Yeah, it's a fun puzzle to put together. Every year's a different challenge. You know what your strengths are, and we know there's some things we got to work on, and get those things, the way we want them to.
We mentioned the 3 guards coming back with Maddie and Sammy and Autumn. That's what I was missing. Okay, and you got those 3 coming back. What else you got as far as putting this puzzle together?
We got the other seniors, Maggie Barry. We had Haley R, who played significant minutes last year. Was ready to make a big jump this year. She transferred in last year and had some good moments, and I think she's really confident now and even better with another year under her belt. We've got Amanda Larson, who had some big moments at the end of the season. That conference tournament game against Elmhurst came up with 12 rebounds. made that, like we were talking about before, that jump from freshman to sophomore year. She became a pretty important piece throughout the second part of the season last year, and she's put in a lot of time and effort, and I think there'll be even another bump for her going forward here. And, Taylor just got to play some last year, and I think she'll have more opportunities. So, we're looking for another, Kelsey Deshawn's going to, most players didn't get a lot of opportunities last year. Some of the depth we had there has had a really good offseason, so I'm looking forward to see that. The freshmen, there's some talented kids in there, but it's interesting until you see them on the floor, in the battle, in practice, you'll see who adapts quicker, and who might be able to give you a little bump this year. There's a couple that are certain candidates, and we'll see as soon as we get them out there.
In the NCAA level now, in women's basketball, rule changes over the last couple years, going to the 10-minute quarters, and the changes at the end of under 2 minutes, where you've got, or is it under a minute? I can't remember. Under a minute in the fourth quarter, where if you take a dead ball timeout, you can advance the ball to mid-court and do some things there. Your interpretation here the last couple years playing under those new rules?
At first I think we're all used to certain ways to do things, and when they switched it to quarters, there was but people have talked about that now men's college basketball is the only ones that aren't quarters. Olympics, the pros, they're all played quarters, men's and women's. So it's interesting to see. I don't know if they'll change. There's a rule change that's coming. The men's 3-point line is going to be moved back, that the women didn't look at that. So that'll be interesting to see how that plays out. We've obviously benefited. We've had some great 3-point shooters the last couple of years, so we kind of leaned on that a little bit more. And, it's not changing for us, so I think we'll still be in that position with some of our skilled kids there. I find myself in the summer looking at through the internet for side out of bounds plays, because you're going to get more of them with the ability to move the ball up. It's usually only 1 or 2 a game, but usually they're at critical times. So to diversify that, not just have 1 play or 2 plays the other team has scouted and covered, you got to deepen that playbook a little bit for the side out of bounds plays, because of the ability to move the ball.
I certainly appreciate the moving of the ball to midcourt. I mean, that really changes the perception of the game when you may be up 2 possessions under a minute to play and you've got a couple of timeouts in your pocket. That's a good way to get back into a contest and at least make it an interesting ball game down 5, 6, 7 points at that point, trying to keep it close.
It's interesting because you always wonder, when they've changed rules to make it harder to score, that's kind of counterintuitive. So this is one, some people don't like it because it's not as pure, well, why all of a sudden in the last minute can you do this? I've actually suggested to some people, why you could do it at the last minute of the first half and add a couple more, make that last minute a little more, there might be a couple more possessions, but it gives you opportunity for more scoring. And I think most sports nowadays, you hear about baseball and football and anything else. It's fans like scoring. The more scoring you put out there, or the potential for scoring. But now it's tough. You can work really hard, like you're saying, John, for 39 minutes, and all of a sudden they make a couple of side out of bounds plays and then 6-point leads, and now you're going in overtime. So you have to play the whole game out. And there's even deciding when you're ahead, you call timeout. You might, instead of getting pressed where they can steal the score immediately, you might say, well, let's move to half court just in case something bad does happen. They've got a longer way to go to get their points. So there's anytime something changes, you always try to figure out what's the positive, what's the negative, and how to work it in your favor. So it's going to be an interesting strategy to try to play with.
We're visiting with women's basketball coach Tim Bernero here at Carthage College. We're in a weather delay as Carthage leads it by a score of 29-0 in our football game here today. Been told that maybe within the next 10 minutes or so they'll start bringing the players back out onto the field as the rain has lessened up here, and it has brightened up considerably here since about a half hour ago when we went into this rain delay, or weather delay I should say, for Lightning. Tim, we're on the subject of timeouts. I know as a league conference can change rules or create rules, and I know one of them you and I have talked about extensively, and that is bringing the media timeout into the CCIW. Other leagues are doing it. The Wisconsin League, the WIAC League, is using that for all of their games. If you play them at home, you're subject to their media timeouts and, of course, all their league games. Your thoughts on that, adding that to the dimension of women's basketball?
The coaches have talked about it the last few years, and it's always something that, we try to mirror ourselves at the highest level, meaning having been involved in some NCAA tournament committees and NCAA committees revolving around the tournament. The tournament uses it. Now, a few years back, our conference, we voted to use it in the conference tournament under the idea that you're preparing your teams, and we'd like to think we're one of the better conferences in the country. So if you have a chance to prepare those teams to play in the national tournament without any different distractions, it's not, it doesn't change the world, but it's different. You got to get used to it. Sometimes you don't know when the media timeout's coming if you've never done it. We played at Stevens Point the last few years, so we got it. We've had those. It's pretty simple to figure out, but we're trying to get that a little like, let's go all in as far as let's make our league exactly like what's going to happen in a national level, national tournament level competition. So it's, we're trying to put data together to make people that are uncomfortable with the idea comfortable. I guess it's not as, I don't think it's as time consuming, because I think when you see it on a Division I level, you think, wow, this makes the game go on forever. Football versus basketball even, but what people misunderstand this a little bit is that when you're watching the NCAA tournament in March, they're bumping those commercials to 2.5, 3 minutes because they're selling tons of advertising there, where it's pretty well laid out what ours are. Timeouts are 60 seconds or 75 seconds, so they're not extending anymore. In fact, when we did play in the NCAA tournament a few years ago, that's when it does. You find yourself, it always looks cool on TV when the coaches talking to each other. It looks like they're solving all the world's problems, but you're actually just sitting there kind of going, okay, if we go talk to them now for 20 seconds or 30 seconds, now they're going to be back standing on the court for a minute and a half, and if you talk to them for 2 minutes, they're not going to remember all that stuff. So you got to kind of measure your message and make sure you get to the important points and get off the stuff. That's true.
I know one of the arguments would be, as you just said, it extends games, and the worry there is because the league has gone for the last 10 years or so now, the doubleheaders on Saturday with the 5 and 7 games or 2 and 4 in the afternoon on Saturdays, that this will somehow push those men's games back, later starting time. But we looked at the numbers, and that's really not the case.
Right. The math kind of bears out that it might be a couple minutes more, if at all, depending if everybody takes all the timeouts throughout the whole game. So it's laying that out and trying to make people get by the observation that, wow, I think there's a right where people think, well, we'll be here another hour because we've got media timeouts in the women's game and there's media timeouts in the men's game. It's not that cumbersome. It's not that, it won't be that time consuming, but we'll see. We'll present it and see how it is. But it's something that if you're preparing to play in a national tournament, why would you just try to do everything that they do in the national tournament if there's not a negative, a huge negative to it? And, we're there between a doubleheader for 15 minutes. I get 15 minutes, and so does everybody else. I don't think it's going to end anywhere.
10-team football league as coaches in sports now, with 9 teams still in the league with Carroll. Any talk on getting a 10th team at anytime soon for the league?
I don't know. That's obviously a higher level than I'm at, but it would make it kind of nice and even. That going to only having the games in December with the buys is just something you got to get used to. But when you have it's one of the first things when the conference hands up the schedule, you look at what they win on buys. Like going back to what we talked about before about the football team and the buy. They're playing every Saturday, and the buy is just one. They get an extra week to prepare. Ours could be on a Wednesday, could be on a Saturday. How much you got to practice over that? So there's different bits to it.
Second year of a 16 conference tournament. Yay or nay?
It's, I like it. I mean, it's always, it's one of those things that if you're in the top 2 or 3, you're not really crazy about it because it just adds another layer. It's interesting in our case, just basketball, I don't know, the 4 seeds never won a game in 16 years. Now, even last year, the 5 went before. So, for all the years before, the 1 always be before. The 2s and 3s kind of split some games, but so that kind of showed the league was top heavy last year. The 5 beat the 4, the 3 beat the 6, but then so you go from there. But it's nice to give the kids the opportunity to play in that setting. You expect them to play at home way more often than not. It's a fun atmosphere to consider that. It actually gives a couple teams that home game. We got to play at home. Extra game on Tuesday against them.
The thinking is perhaps getting an extra team a chance to compete. And again, at the NCAA level, it's about competing for championships and giving the athletes the opportunity to play in meaningful championship games.
Yeah, when you play in a conference tournament or obviously when you play in an NCAA tournament, it's a cool experience. It's really, really good. Division 1, 2, 3, whatever it is, it's a great experience to have a memory to talk about. I still talk to the kids that we had on those teams from a few years ago. And they give whatever they have that opportunity again because it was so special. So you have to give the kids put in those positions to experience that as well.
Coach, it's been fun. Thanks for stopping in for the visit here today. We kind of chased the rain away. The players have made their way back onto the field, and we'll be playing football here shortly. But it's indeed a pleasure to at least get the chance to talk with you a little bit before practice starts October 15th.
What do they say? I didn't want to leave you in here for an hour talking to yourself and then start answering yourself. So I was just trying to give you a little mental break here during the
I'll let you in on a little secret. It's usually me and Dugan in the living room talking. The wife just locks us in a room and the dog just sleeps. So that's all right, Coach. Hey, thanks so much for stopping in. Tim Bernero, head women's basketball coach here at Carthage College, joining us here during our weather delay. Game in a delay here, but it appears we're going to get started up here momentarily as both teams have made their way back out onto the field. Fans are making their way back into the stands, and we're going to be playing football here shortly. The rain has moved out, and it has gotten a little bit brighter here at Keller Field. Again, the lights have not been turned on here, but it has brightened up considerably, and the rain has held off, and lightning has moved out of the area, so we're going to have some football here. As we return to play, Carthage leading 29-0, 59 seconds to go here in this third quarter. And imagine they'll let this third quarter run, and we'll just go right into the fourth quarter here. I'm not sure if we're going to have a quarter break or not. The officials have made their way back onto the field. And Carthage will, or I should say Carroll will have the ball to pick up play here as Carthage had just punted. And to the 36-yard line prior to the delay. That was the last play, was the Collins punt of 42 yards that was downed at the Carroll 36-yard line. Again, the Redmen scoring all of their points in the first half of this one here today. Dana Fontenot, a 7-yard run, made it 7-0. Brett Patton, a 19-yard touchdown pass to start the second quarter, 14-0. Dana Fontenot, his second touchdown of the game, a 2-yard run. That made it 21-0. Then Colton Klein on a 19-yard run. And the 2-point try, it was a snap that rolled through Brett Patton's hand, the holder, and it was picked up by David Collins, the kicker, who then threw to Peyton Johnstone, reserve tight end out of Horlick High School in Racine, able to make the catch for the 2-point conversion. And that's where we stand here with 58 seconds to play in the third, and Carthage leading 29-0. Game getting underway. It's North Park hosting Milliken this afternoon. Later on tonight, Elmhurst at Augustana, Wash U hosting North Central, and Wheaton hosting Illinois Wesleyan. So play resumes here, 29-0, 58 seconds to go here in the third. Carroll ball at their own 36-yard line. Michael Johnson, been in at quarterback all afternoon. This time he's got Kujawa lined up in the backfield, the wide receiver. Three receivers going out.
Snap. Let's play football.
Clock's going to start on the snap, says our referee here. They roll the tight end Meza here to the near side. They bring two players in the backfield. Kujawa, there's some confusion back there. Now Kujawa and the runner in the backfield, Litzinger. And the snap goes through the quarterback's hands, and the back will fall on it back at the 29-yard line. Some danger there as Litzinger able to fall on that loose snap. Second time today that the center has snapped the ball past his quarterback. I believe that is Adam Simon out there, number 78, who is snapping the ball at center. So a loss of second and 17 back at the 29-yard line. Johnson rolling to his right, trying to set up a pass, throws it out. Austin Eichstead could not come up with it, incomplete. It'll bring up a third down for Carroll, stopping the clock with 21 seconds to go here in the third quarter. Again, play resuming after a lightning delay. It was a gain of 3 by Eichstead, so a 3rd and 14 here as the clock rolls out. 7 seconds to play here in the third. Johnson going to take it all the way down here. He's just going to let it go to zeros, and that's the end of our third quarter. We'll take a 60 break. Back with the fourth quarter. Carthage leading 29-0. Back after this on AM 1050 WLIP.
I just wanted to get good grades and to do well. But it also made me realize that I have a lot of career goals.
You're there to get a full college experience, not only participate in your sport, but participate in things outside of that, and it's all about growing as a person.
My coaches have helped me with figuring out who I really am. Their lives are dedicated for us to succeed.
Third down for Carroll to start this fourth quarter, and the pass completed out to David Meza, the tight end, across the 45, out to the 46-yard line. It's a gain of 14 and a first down for the Pioneers. John Weiser back with you at Keller Field in Kenosha. 29-0. Redmond leading Carroll here. Carroll in the hurry-up. They'll toss it out, and the ball is incomplete, looking for Kujawa here on the near sideline. Second down, 10 for Carroll. Today's game brought to you in part by Lynch Chevrolet of Kenosha, just east of I-94 and Highway 50, by Ruffalo's 2 Family Restaurant on 45th Street in Kenosha, and by Lou Perini's Gas and Grocery, just down the road on Sheridan Road, home of Mama P's Ho-Ho Cakes. Second and 10 from the 46 for Carroll. Play action fake. Johnson will throw it out far sideline. Catch is made and wrestled down is Tyler Elmer. Short of the first down, out near the Redmond 48-yard line. Bring up a 3rd and short here for Carroll. 3rd and 5 at the Redmond 48. Jeremiah Baker there to make the stop on that last play on Elmer. Redmond showing blitz here on 3rd down. Here they come. And down goes Johnson back at the 45-yard line. Jailhouse blitz that time by the Redmond. Jailbreak blitz, I should say, as they send everybody. And Stubblefield was in there. Getting in there as part of that posse to get after Johnson that time. Credit Stubblefield and Seimer with the sack on that one. Back to the Carroll 45-yard line. That's the 4th sack this afternoon by the Carthage defense. Roselip on to punt. He'll be punting into the wind here in this fourth quarter and gets off a nice driving spiraling kick that will bounce inside the 20 And like my wedge shot, will roll dead right there at the 16-yard line. Good job there by Roselip to get that punt away with a wet football into the wind and kick a driving, spiraling kick into the turf. Carthage ball at their own 16-yard line, 13:22 left in this one, and the Redmen leading by a score of 29-0. It is a final in Madison. Wisconsin defeats Michigan today, 35-14. So the Badgers remain unbeaten as they open up Big Ten play with a big win at home. This is Dury throwing on the run, near side catch is made, and out of bounds with it is Cole Vercelli, the freshman out of Western Springs, his first catch as a Redman. Here on the near sideline, taking it up short of the 23-yard line. Gain of 7 on the play will set up a 2nd and 3 for the Redmen. Vercelli into the books now. His first catch at the college level. Billy Dury, 6'1", 205, a junior from Indy at quarterback. He'll throw it over the middle. Diving attempt. It's no good. Incomplete is the ruling on the field. That ball hit the turf as it was ruled incomplete. Looking for Patrick Murphy that time, who was the intended receiver. He was lined up in a slot to the left side, tried to make a diving grab, and the nose of that football hit the turf, bounced up, was picked up by a defender, but it was ruled immediately incomplete by the field judge here on the near side. So a 3rd and 3 for the Redmen. Redmen are yet to convert a 3rd down here in the second half. Dury going to hand it off. Fontenot going to race across the 25, going to be stopped short of the first down at the 25-yard line. And see if where they spotted here. It's going to be short of the line to gain, so it'll bring up 4th down, the punting unit coming on. Carroll defense has done a pretty good job here in the second half. Redmen are 0 for 4 on 3rd downs here in this second half. Well, Collins now with a chance to blast one up into the jet stream here. He has the wind at his back. It's been gusting at over 25 miles per hour out of the south-southwest here today. He gets an end-over-end kick. Robles off his shoulder, deflects and rolls inside the 15. Robles can't pick it up. Still loose at the 10. They're diving for it. And the Redmen come away with it. Late penalty marker thrown, and they'd strewn all over the pile inside the 20-yard line as officials get down there, but the Redmen have recovered. As Robles had trouble with it almost from the get-go. It deflected off his right shoulder. Might have been Billy Dury who got down there to recover it for the Redmen. Now the officials are going to talk about it. There were flags flying almost immediately during the recovery. As we take another look on our replay up here, Robles had a drift to his right at the 30, and it bounced off his left arm and left shoulder, rolled inside the 20-yard line, and as he went after it, tried to pick it up at the 10, was squirting around down there. It looked like Dury, third man in for the Redmen, was able to wrestle it away and turtle it up at the 10-yard line. Well, let's check out the penalty calls here.
The result of the play is a muffed punt recovered by the kicking team. In the pile, a Carroll player, number 58, pulled an opposing player off the pile. This is unsportsmanlike conduct. Carthage 58. This is unsportsmanlike conduct. It's his first unsportsmanlike conduct of the play. It'll be first down, Carthage.
So the explanation is he was pulling a player off the pile while the ball was still live. That went to Joe Montoya, a reserve linebacker, a junior out of Marietta, California. We're watching the replay one more time here as Robles had trouble coming up with the ball. They were still diving for it. Yep, Montoya was... That's where you get the unsportsmanlike conduct penalty there. It was still a live ball, no determination yet of who had it, and he was pulling people out of the pile. And the college level, that's an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty. So it'll be 15 yards. It'll move the ball to the Carroll 25-yard line, and that's where the Redmen will start this drive here with 12 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, leading 29-0. Again, a reminder, the Redmen back here next Saturday afternoon for a football game here at Keller Field. 12 noon kickoff. We'll have it for you here on 1050 WLIP and on the stream at WLIP.com at 11:30 next Saturday morning. First and 10, Redmen. They'll mark it at the 26 of Carroll. Dury in at quarterback. Looks to throw, looking for Vercelli, and it falls short and incomplete. A rush was on that time on Dury as Sean Schmidt, blitzing on the play, a junior linebacker, able to get in the face of Dury, had to throw that one on the run. So all three quarterbacks getting a shot here today, Klein, Dury, and Jalen Dennis. Second and 10 from the 26. Three receivers here to the near side for the Redmen. Single back is Fontenot. Dury takes the snap. We'll hand it off to Fontenot, left side. Brig hole inside the 20, inside the 15, and takes a couple of tacklers with him down to the 12-yard line. 14-yard run for Fontenot, now over the 100-yard mark here today. 15 carries for 111 yards today for Fontenot, along with a pair of touchdowns today for the sophomore out of Lake Charles, Louisiana. First and 10, Redmen at the 13-yard line. Three receivers to the right again. Single man in the backfield is Fontenot. Dury going to throw over the middle, and it is incomplete. Dropped on the play that time by Patrick Murphy. Second time they've gone to that play, and the second time Murphy has been unable to come up with the catch. Murphy was lined up in a double slot here near side, closest to the line of scrimmage, or closest to the lineman here, and trying to go over the middle, just could not get a hand on it. Second down and 10, Carthage. Fontenot able to break a tackle in the backfield. Sprint down inside the 12-yard line. Well, that was a tough play there. Lucky to hang on to the ball, let alone get some yardage on that play. And Fontenot on that exchange with Dury. Redmen were lucky not to turn it over. Gain of 1, third down and 9 for Carthage here. They're at the Carroll 12-yard line. Three receivers near side with the tight end Limbaugh. Single receiver to the left side. Dury wants to throw, goes to the back pylon. Vercelli had a hand on it but dropped it incomplete. Got both hands on it and could not come away with it. There is a penalty marker inside the 5-yard line, however. Might be defensive holding here. Let's see. It is going to go against Carroll from what the Carthage players are signaling as the officials are huddled up again. This has been a chatty crew here today.
Holding, defense, number 23, half the distance to the goal, automatic first down.
Was Tyler Baird on the play, guilty of the hold. I believe he had the coverage on Vercelli and was trying to hold him up right from the line of scrimmage here. So we take another look. Vercelli was lined up left side, and yeah, you can see he had a fistful of jersey as Vercelli made his break across the 5-yard line and prevented a touchdown. But with the penalty now, it'll be first and goal Carthage at the 6 with 10 minutes to play here in the fourth, leading 29-0. Dury hands it off. Fontenot left side, dives forward inside the 5, down to the 4-yard line for a pickup of 2. Fontenot now, 113 yards on 17 carries. Sean Schmidt was there defensively to make the stop for Carroll. Gain of 2. It'll bring up second and goal from just inside the 5-yard line. Vercelli lined up here on the near side along with Eddie L. They'll throw it over the middle, looking for the tight end Limbaugh. In traffic, makes the catch. Touchdown, Carthage. Sammy Limbaugh able to make the touchdown grab, the tight end. That is his first catch and first touchdown of the season, and the Redmen add to their lead 35-0. 4-yard touchdown reception by Limbaugh from Dury. Collins on to attempt the extra point. The hold by Patton. The kick is on the way, and it is good. 36-0. Redmen will step out. 9:56 to play. We'll take a 60 break. This is Carthage Redmen football on AM 1050 WLIP. Redmen football today brought to you by Westosha Sports Complex, Zero to Hero Conditioning. Visit westoshasportscomplex.com. 36-0 Carthage. The kick by Collins on the way. Taken on the run by Robles across the 10, 15, 20, and dumped down at the near the 25-yard line. Vercelli getting down on special teams, able to make the stop for Carthage. First return kick of the afternoon by Carroll. 36-0 in favor of the Redmen. Six plays, 26 yards. 4-yard touchdown pass caught by Sammy Limbaugh. His first touchdown and first grab of the year for Limbaugh. Carroll now with the ball at their own 24-yard line. 1st and 10. Snap back to Johnson, quarterback draw, trying to run around the left side, across the line of scrimmage, out to the 28-yard line, maybe the 29. On a draw by Michael Johnson. He's a junior, played wide receiver last year, and has taken over at the quarterback spot here for Mark Krzyzkowski, the head coach at Carroll. Gain of 5. 2nd down and 5. Johnson changing the play now at the line of scrimmage. Has a single receiver right, 2 receivers left. Isaac Allen offset in the backfield. Allen's going to get the call. Coming around right side. Redmen were ready. Right there to make the stop for Carthage. Getting in there for the Redmen. A whole host of new players up front for Carthage. Jalen Slater out there. Joe Montoya out there as well now at a linebacker spot. 3rd down and 5. Carthage showing blitz off the edge. Here they come. They toss it out. Dropped by the Tyler Elmer, the wide receiver, who had the catch made at the 40, but forgot to hang on to the football. Carthage on an edge blitz that time. Off the right side of the offensive line, and receiver was open, but dropped the football. Roselip on to punt this one away. 8.5 minutes to go. Carthage up 36-0. We'll get the ball back here. Roselip has had a busy day. This is his 9th punt today. This one will carry toward the far sideline, bounce and down at the 39-yard line of the Redmen. 32-yard punt, no return. Carthage takes over, 8:25 to play, firmly in front here, 36-0. Working on the second straight shutout of Carroll in this series. Looking to win their 9th straight against the Pioneers and retain the Civil War musket. Dury in at quarterback. Third one used here today. Dustin Haas able to rotate his quarterbacks in. Wants to throw, looking for Murphy over the middle. Again, in and out of his hands and incomplete. Led him nicely, did Dury, across the Carroll 35 down to the 30-yard line, but Murphy unable to come up with the catch. Again, he was lined up in a slot here to the near side. Just ran straight down the hash mark. Dury was going to time it and try and get it out there. He just could not wrap it in. Jordan Galkey on the coverage out there, the sophomore cornerback for Carroll. 2nd and 10 from the 39. Dury will hand it off. Out across the 45-yard line with it for the Redmen. It was Jacob Boucher. Check that new player in there now, running back. Peyton Lingle in there at running back, a junior out of Winslow, Illinois. Lingle goes 5'8", 182. That's his first carry as a Redman. He remains in there as the tailback. He'll get a call again. Bounces it out left side. He'll get the first down across midfield into Carroll territory. Wrestled down at the 47-yard line. Nico Perez was there to make the stop. Moves the chains, more importantly, moves the clock. 7:25 remaining here in the 4th. Carthage in front, 36-0. Dury will hand it off. Peyton Lingle again with the carry across the 45 down to the 44-yard line of Carroll. So Lingle getting some playing time here in the late stages of this one. Big moment in his life, getting his first carries as a Redman. 3 receivers to the near side here on 2nd down, 8. Ball at the 44 of Carroll. Read option, the give is to Lingle. He'll get the carry left side down to the 40-yard line. Stop is made there. We got linemen holding up play here, stopping the clock. Not sure why he's stopping play here. Now we'll wind it. Loss of 2 on the play. Nick Mantis on the stop. It'll set up a 3rd and 4 now for the Redmen. Ball at the 41-yard line. Again, Lingle gets the call, and again he's met head-on in the hole and wrapped up for no gain. Adam Miller in there on the stop. Met him head-on in the hole that time. Brings up 4th down. Punting unit coming on, and for the second half, the Redmen 1 for 6 in 3rd down conversions. 3 for 9 in the ball game. Collins to punt this one away. Robles standing near the 10-yard line. Again, stay with us. We'll have Dustin Haas after the game on our post-game report. Visit with him a little bit. Knuckling punt here. Robles will let it bounce, and it will make its way into the end zone for a touchback. 41-yard punt with a touchback, but a penalty. Is that a penalty marker, or is that a towel on the field here back at the 30-yard line? That is a penalty flag, so let's see what this is all about. Again, this has been a debated crew here. Everyone gets into the conversation here. So it's holding up play here this afternoon. It's one thing that needs to be cleaned up, I think, on the officiating end is if you see something, you threw the flag, then what's the call? Report it to the referee and let's move on. Having a discussion on where they're going to go after the game.
Holding on the return team during the return. The result of the play was a touchback. It'd be half the distance to the goal. 1st and 10.
So they'll move the ball half the distance on the holding call. So I think they're going to spot this one at the 10-yard line. Didn't give us a number, but Carroll will take over here at their own 10-yard line with 5:28 to go, trailing 36-0. They're staring at their second straight shutout against Carthage. Johnson remains the quarterback. Fake the handoff, steps back, wants to throw, goes over the middle, incomplete, looking for Austin Eichstead at the 30-yard line, but he was well covered on the play. Keith Freeman was out there. So got some help there from a couple of players. He took a shot as he delivered that football. As he stepped into that pass, Zach Hale got a hold of him, a freshman linebacker out of Hononegah High School out of Rockton, Illinois, in Roscoe. 2nd down, 10. Johnson going to throw it again. It's thrown behind Eichstad, incomplete. Some miscommunication there. Eichstad didn't even turn around looking for the ball. Thigpen and Freeman out there in coverage for the Redmen. Brings up 3rd and 10 for Carroll. The Pioneer 10-yard line. Johnson gets them set, working from the pistol, 2-by-2 formation with the receivers, single back in the backfield. Johnson looking to throw. Now on the scramble, up the middle. Gets it across the 15 and is wrapped up short of the 17-yard line. Again, it was Zach Hale coming up, making the play, the freshman linebacker out of Roscoe, Illinois, for Carthage. Short of the 1st down, and the punting unit coming on for Carroll. A couple of nice plays by the freshman linebacker, getting some PT here in this one. Roselip will punt this one away. Waiting for the snap inside his own 5. Gets a good snap. It's a spiraling kick. Patton will take on one bounce. Gets it across midfield into Carroll territory and sidesteps out of bounds at the Carroll 47-yard line. 4-yard return on that kick, so it'll be Redmen ball with 4.5 minutes to go, leading 36-0. Underway down in Chicago, Milliken with a 14-7 lead over North Park. Later on tonight, 5 o'clock kickoff down in St. Louis. 24th-ranked Washington University taking on 5th-ranked North Central. Elmhurst is at Augustana for a 6 o'clock matchup. And the other big battle in Wheaton tonight at 6, 18th-ranked Illinois Wesleyan at 17th-ranked Wheaton. On the carry for the Redmen, that is Alex Jarvis, the freshman out of Indian Trail here in Kenosha. Second carry of the day for Jarvis, takes it down to the 43-yard line. Gain of about 4 on the play. Jarvis, who was the do-all-everything last year for Indian Trail Academy under head coach Paul Hoffman, another player who played under Tim Rux here at Carthage College, takes the handoff again, does Jarvis, and he stopped for no gain, may have lost a yard. New quarterback in there as well for the Redmen. That's J.K. Crespo. Crespo, a 5'11 sophomore out of Graham, Washington, in mop-up duty here. So a loss of 1 will bring up a 3rd down and 7. 3.5 minutes to play. Redmen in front, 36-0. Again, stay tuned. Our post-game, we'll have Dustin Haas up here in the booth. Get his thoughts on today's game. A good response by the Redmen after a tough loss at Oshkosh 2 weeks ago. They came out, established the run today. Crespo's going to throw it. It's intercepted. Picked off at the 25-yard line, coming back with it across the 30. Across midfield, reverses field down the far side with it, and goes down the far sideline inside the 30, inside the 20, and is finally tackled out of bounds at the 10-yard line. A.J. Moore, a freshman out of Tosa West High School, in reserve duty at the cornerback, makes the pick and returns it all the way back to the Carthage 10-yard line. Crespo, ill throw there. Well overthrown. The intended target was looking for Boucher. Was well overthrown, and it was taken away by A.J. Moore, who took it up to midfield, then bounced it out to the far sideline, had an escort, was able to get past one of the Redmond offensive linemen. That was Alex Diaz, who had a shot, couldn't get him down, and was finally tackled by Jarvis at the 10-yard line. So Carroll with a chance to score their first points against a Redmond team in nearly 2 years. New quarterback in there as well. This will be Traylon Anderson, a senior from Baker, Louisiana. And they have to take a timeout because they don't have enough players on the field. 2:53 remaining here, 36-0 Carthage, and Carroll has to burn a timeout simply because they didn't have enough players on the field. And you can run a play with 9 or 10 on the field. Ill-advised, but you could still run it. 12 or more, that's a no-no. They'll get you for that one every time. Next week, it's Washington University right back here at Keller Field. A noon kickoff. We'll be with you at 11:30. Don't forget, more action out here tonight at Carthage College. Got men's soccer. Got Greenville and Calvin at 5, followed by the Redmond and Hope College at 7 tonight here at Art Keller Field on the soccer pitch. Anderson in at quarterback. I counted. They've got 11 out there. They empty the backfield. First and goal from inside the 10. They look to throw. It is a low throw, broken up and incomplete. Nearly picked off the shoelaces that time by Malik Thigpen. It was intended for Kajawa. It was thrown low and behind Kajawa, and Thigpen nearly came up with a shoestring interception. Second and goal from the 10. Kajawa lined up in the backfield. Now will empty it out. Moves out to the right side of the formation wide. Anderson looking all the way for him. Back pylon, ball in the air. Catch is made. Touchdown Carroll. They get their first points against a Redmond football team in 2 years. 6 points goes to Kajawa. So Kajawa finds the end zone here following the interception. Fourth touchdown reception of the season for Kajawa, and it's a 36-6 ball game with the extra point pending. Nice leaping grab in the back of the end zone as he got away from the Carthage defender Eric Mullen, another freshman back there from the Hope Academy in Chicago. Roselip for the extra point. Ball down. Kick is on the way, and the kick is good. 36-7 in favor of the Redmond with 2:43 to play, so they capitalize on the Redmond turnover today. Their first points in 8 quarters against Redmond football dating back to last year. 36-7 your score. So following the interception, it goes as a 2-play, 10-yard drive. Kajawa with the 10-yard touchdown reception. Perhaps a little something to build on for Carroll going into next week. For Carthage, perhaps a teaching moment for Crespo. And move on from that and then get ready for Wash U next week. They got a great quarterback. Davidson, their quarterback for Wash U, is something else. Well, Roselip looks like he's going to attempt an onside kick here. top the football. It's tipped around, it's loose, and picked up by the Redmen. It was batted around a couple of times. The Redmen able to pick it up at the 49-yard line. See who grabbed it here. Who came out of there with it? For Carthage, that was Kyle Kursak. Kursak, a senior playing special teams. He's out of Valparaiso, Indiana. Came up with that loose ball on the onside kick. It'll be Redmond ball at the 49-yard line with 2:41 to play and leading 36-7. Crespo will duck in under center, it looks like. Now he'll back off into the pistol. Has Jarvis in the backfield. Two receivers to the left. They'll give it to Jarvis. He'll take the carry. Rope down at the 45-yard line of Carroll. Looked like the linebacker got in on that stop. Cotney. He's played a pretty good game today. He's made a couple of stops for Carroll. Redmond just looking to run the clock here. If they can get a first down, they can victory formation it and call it a day here. Play clock down to 8. Crespo will hand it off to Jarvis again and again. Tackled by Contney in the backfield for a loss. Carroll's going to take a timeout. They have one remaining. Down 36-7, trying to get that football back to get those 4 scores to take the lead. So Carthage will even their mark at 1-1. Carroll will fall to 1-1. More importantly, though, Redmond will be 1-0 in conference play. You got the heavyweights battling each other tonight with Wesleyan at Wheaton, North Central at Wash U. Milliken is up now 21-7 on North Park. That game early in the second quarter. The other battle tonight down in Rock Island, Elmhurst against Augustana. So just like last year, Redmond, following a tough loss to Oshkosh, will pick up a win here against Carroll. They're going to retain the Civil War musket and extend their win streak against Carroll to 9 games. Carroll yet to beat the Redmen in football since rejoining the conference. Again, it's Jarvis. And again, he and Cotney getting to know each other pretty good here as Cotney makes the stop again. I'm feeling Alex Jarvis is going to see a number 8 while sleeping tonight. Okay, so you called the timeout there. You have one remaining. You're going to let it roll here. Carthage will take the delay. They'll gladly just sit on this one here. Facing a 4th down, Collins would be punting with the wind here. Dustin will take a timeout with 1 second on the play clock here as he walks up to the field judge and says, give me the timeout right now. 65 seconds to play, up 36-7. As I mentioned, the Redmen back home against Wash U next Saturday. Then it's on the road in 2 weeks to Elmhurst, take on the Blue Jays. And it's back home again against Illinois Wesleyan for homecoming weekend. This will be Jackson Jones this time punting here. He's from Tremper High School, 5'11", junior. Give him an opportunity to kick here. Looks like they got the number 1 punt coverage team in there. And he'll get this one away. A nice high floating punt. Robles will take at the 10. Sidesteps the first man, gets across the 15. Is holding on the ankles and pulled down that time by the Redmond defender, Peyton Lingle. So Carroll will take over at the 16-yard line with 54 seconds to play. Carthage scoring 29 points in the first half, getting a touchdown here in the fourth quarter. Rain starting to fall again here. Light drizzle. Traylon Anderson at quarterback once again. Fakes the handoff, wants to throw, and he is drilled back near the 5-yard line. Clean, untouched, in for the sack for the Redmen was Devin Dinham. Dinham, a 6'4" freshman out of Fremd High School in Chicago. And Carroll wants to take another timeout. They would like to run one more play at least. Be an 18-yard loss on the sack, 5th sack of the afternoon by the Redmen defense. So trying to get out of here. Boy, these noon kickoffs, you'd think we would have got out of here, but we had a weather delay. About 40 minutes at the end of the third quarter. Anderson wants to take the snap, wants to throw it again. This one is one-handed and incomplete. Off the hand of the intended receiver. J.R. Muth, freshman out of Greendale. Brings up a 3rd down and 18 with 44 seconds to play.
Personal foul, face mask, defense number 91, 15-yard penalty. The offensive player's helmet came off, but he will be able to stay in the game due to the helmet foul.
Well, Brett Sullivan whistled for a personal foul, face mask. Pulled the helmet off the offensive lineman. So they'll move the football out to the 22-yard line. Fresh set of downs here for Carroll with 44 seconds to play. Anderson from the pistol will take the snap. Fakes the handoff, swings it out. Completes the pass, but wrapped up immediately was Muth. May have lost a couple of yards. So they do lose a yard. 2nd and 11. Clock bleeding out here. 20 seconds to go. Get one more play off here. We can all dry off. Anderson takes the snap. Going back, thrown behind Muth, incomplete at the 35-yard line, stopping the clock with 8 seconds to play. Third and 11 for the Pioneers from their own 21-yard line. Redmond showing blitz. Now they back off. They will hand it off. Running around the right side and out to the short of the 30-yard line was the tailback Spence, and that will end our ball game here today. A convincing 36-7 win by the Carthage Redmen here today. Redmen go to 1-1 overall, 1-0 in conference play. Carroll falls to 1-1, 0-1 in league play. Handshake line across the 50-yard line as this one wraps up here in Kenosha. Your final 36-7, Carthage on top of Carroll, and they retain the Civil War musket, the 9th consecutive win in this series. We'll pause and take a 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll have our post-game report, including a visit with head coach Dustin Haas. All of that coming away in just a couple of minutes. Again, your final, Carthage 36, Carroll 7 on AM 1050 WLIP. Out the alma mater down below us here in the press box at Art Keller Field. Our game today has been brought to you by Mason's Eatery and Pub on Highway 50 west of Green Bay Road in Kenosha. Don't be a chain eater, eat at Mason's Pub. By Building Waters Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, that's what they do. By Francetic Tax Resolution, don't get frantic, get Francetic. Go to 262tax.com. By Luigi's Pizzeria on 39th Avenue, just south of Highway 50. Our good friends down at Something Different, a sports fan Fantasyland on 6th Avenue in downtown Kenosha. Berkshire Hathaway Epic Real Estate. The Sinus and Snoring MD, Dr. Swerdlin on Green Bay Road in Kenosha. By our friends at Lynch Chevrolet of Kenosha, just east of I-94 on Highway 50. By Ruffalo's 2 Family Restaurant on 45th Street in Kenosha. Lou Perini's Gas and Grocery, that's home of Mama P's Ho-Ho Cakes and low gas prices on Sheridan Road and 52nd Street in Kenosha. By Wingstop of Kenosha, located on Highway 50. Bob Rohrman's Kenosha Nissan, I-94 and Highway 50 Kenosha. By the Vigiano Insurance Agency, call Steve, he'll shop for your insurance needs. Vigiano Insurance Agency. By S.J. Crystal's Menswear, for the finest in men's fashions, it's always S.J. Crystal's, downtown Kenosha. By Dickey's Barbecue Pit, I-94 on Highway 50 across from Woodman's. By the Westosha Sports Complex, Zero to Hero Conditioning. Visit them on the web at westoshasportscomplex.com. By Triangle Flooring, Furniture, and Appliance Center on Highway 50 and 39th Avenue, inside the Triangle on Kenosha's south side. And by the new Taco Bell, located in Kenosha on I-94 and Highway 50, inside the BP gas station. John Weiser back with you at Art Keller Field here this afternoon, where the Carthage Redmen pick up their first win of the year, 36-7 over the Carroll Pioneers. Redmen now 1-1 on the season, 1-0 in conference play, as Carroll falls to 1-1 and 0-1 in CCIW play. Redmen just made a big blowout of this one from the first half onward here today. After stopping the Pioneers on a deep drive into their end and forcing a 42-yard field goal that went wide right, the Redmen were able to get on the board as they were able to put pressure on the quarterbacks today. 5 sacks today by the Redmen defense, and it was on the feet of Dana Fontenot here today as he rushed today for 17 times for 113 yards, and he got on the board first on a 7-yard run, first of 2 touchdowns. Then Brett Patton, a 19-yard touchdown reception. Beautiful sliding grab by Dury at the 2-yard line, set up a 1st and goal, and Fontenot able to go over from 2 yards out for his second touchdown, and it was suddenly 21-0 Carthage. Carthage had one more score late in that first half after a behind the line of scrimmage pass to Patton, who then threw the ball downfield to Fontenot, made the catch at the 10. A penalty moved the ball back to the 20-yard line. Then Colton Klein scrambling out of the pocket to his left, down the left sideline, inside the numerals, took it inside the 5, dove to the pylon, the nose of the football touching the pylon for the touchdown, and Klein able to run it in. Then the point after, it was a low snap, rolled through the holder Patton's hand, picked up by Collins, the kicker. He threw to Peyton Johnstone for the 2-point conversion. Then in the fourth quarter, Robles dropped the muff punt at the 10-yard line, recovered by the Redmen, and following a penalty, Carthage moved it back inside the 4. And then it was Dury throwing to Limbaugh for the touchdown grab from 4 yards out. That made it 36-0. The Pioneers got their only touchdown after an interception today, as the freshman A.J. Moore intercepted the Crespo pass. J.K. Crespo throwing the interception, and Moore returning it all the way back to the Carthage 10-yard line. Then 2 plays later, it was Alex Kajawa, who was lined up in the backfield, then went in motion to the right side of the formation. And it was Traylon Anderson able to find him in the back of the end zone as he got to leverage and position behind a Carthage defender, capped off our scoring, made it a final of 36-7 here today. Redmen rolled up 330 yards of offense today compared to 140 yards of offense by Carroll. Carthage with 15 first downs, and they weren't very efficient on third downs. After the first half going 2 for 3, the Redmen were 1 for 8 on third downs here today, but made just enough plays to win this ball game going away. They also held time of possession today, 36-24 to 23-36 on the afternoon in time of possession. Also penalties today, they kind of stacked up on both teams. Carroll with 9 whistles for 67 yards. Carthage flagged 7 times for 107 yards, and what you didn't like to see there was the bulk of those were personal foul and unsportsmanlike conduct penalties today, something we did not see in Week 1 2 weeks ago, but crept up here today. But nonetheless, the Redmen get the win here at home as they go win convincingly here today, 36-7 over the Carroll Pioneers. Joined now by head football coach Dustin Haas and family in tow. I love this. It's a family version here today, so we'll keep it G-rated. So we'll work on that. But you got to be pleased with the response of your team today after a tough, gut-wrenching loss at Oshkosh. They bounced back today convincingly against Carroll.
Yeah, they played well. Did a lot of good things. We executed, especially the first half, at a high level. It was good to see, some guys kind of get that speed of the game down and grow up from Week 1 to Week 2 and have a good game.
Boy, after that opening drive, Carroll just moved the ball on you, but you guys made a play inside. You got to stop them at the 10, forced a penalty, then got the sack that pushed them back even further. They missed the field goal, and it was kind of like the go moment there the rest of the afternoon for your Redmen offense.
Yeah, we did. They had a good plan. They came in, they got the ball to their playmakers and got them in space and did some good things. I know Coach Aker does a great job of using his playmakers, and that's kind of been the MO so far with our defense in the first 2 games of the season. They get backed up, but they're going to respond.
Got the ground game going. That was the deal here today. I figured you could run the ball against them. They gave up over 200 yards rushing again this week, 300 yards last time out against Lakeland, and you got the offensive line in cohesion today, able to open up some holes for you guys.
They did some good things. Dana ran the ball hard. I think you saw some of the other guys that came in ran the ball extremely well as well. I think we still got to clean some stuff up on the offensive line. They had a good plan coming out of halftime with some movement and twist games up front, and it was good for those guys to see. That teams aren't just going to sit back and let them road grade them through, and I thought they did a decent job handling it, and it's something they're going to see all year, and we got to keep getting better at it.
17 carries for 113 yards today for Fontenot, and that's a way to get the young guy some touches here and get him some feel here early in the season.
He did well, ran hard. He had family that drove all the way up from Louisiana to watch him play today, so he had a little extra motivation, played really, really well.
Good job there. I appreciate the family coming up. You got the 3 quarterbacks rotated in, actually 4 here today with Crespo in the fourth quarter duty, but what did you see out of your quarterbacks today that you liked?
I thought Colton Klein did a phenomenal job. He stayed calm, stayed patient, kind of trusted the offense a little bit, knew where he was going with the ball, and did a good job of making his reads and handing off when he's supposed to hand off and making some good key throws. And I think you saw Jalen Dennis kind of brings a different element to the football game. He got us out of some bad situations with his feet, ran the ball well, didn't have a ton of opportunities to throw it, but still moved the ball.
How about Do-It-All Dury here today? Made that sliding grab, recovered a fumble today, played some quarterback today, and he is Do-It-All Dury.
Do-It-All Dury, the only guy that's going to quarterback you down the field for a touchdown and then run down the field on kickoff the very next snap. So he does it all for us. He's been great. Obviously a super smart kid that's learned everything. Offense, special teams, can play just about every position. I think you saw him split out wide a couple times as a wide receiver. Played tight end and also came in and threw a touchdown pass. So he's a kid that's a phenomenal leader, a good athlete, and they're doing a great job of finding ways to use him.
Defense today, what did you like?
You know what? I thought they played hard. I really liked the front 4. I thought those guys were very, very disruptive. We still missed way too many tackles. That's something that we focused on. We got to keep getting better at. But I thought they played hard. I thought they ran to the ball well. And again, they got backed up into some situations, and they didn't break. Their overall mentality is it doesn't matter where we're at. We're going to keep them out of the end zone, and they did a good job with that.
You mentioned the front 4. You got 5 sacks today on 2 different quarterbacks. Sacked Mike Johnson 4 times, and I thought that was the game plan too. Make him move out of the pocket. Don't let him get comfortable throwing the ball to the speed guys on the edges. Make him throw on the run.
Exactly. He was a guy that we knew if he sat back there, he could make all the throws, and our plan was to disrupt him and get him outside. And I thought the front four guys and a couple of those linebacker blitzes did a good job of that.
Special teams did a pretty good job today too. A couple of guys making some nice plays on special teams. Vercelli, the young guy,
he's been unbelievable. Yeah, we put him on kickoff. We wanted a little more speed after last week. I think he had 3 or 4 tackles. He was in on just about every one. Kid that flew down there and wasn't afraid to stick his face in the fan a little bit.
Overall, a good effort here today. Excellent result on the scoreboard. So now you've got to enjoy this one a little bit, but you got a very tough Washington University team coming back in here next Saturday.
Yeah, they're a good football team. They're very well coached, have a lot of talent. It'd be interesting to see how they did against North Central today. I know they took them to the wire last year, and they're a good football team, and we're going to have to definitely play well to win next Saturday.
You would think there would be a little bit of an advantage Carthage in this one because they're playing a home game tonight against North Central, a very tough opponent, and they've got to make that 8.5-hour ride up to Kenosha.
Yeah, we were both on the bus last year, and that thing, it's a long bus trip, and that can take it out of you, so it's definitely good to be playing at home next week.
Well, a good result here today, and it feels good, 1-1, and get that taste out of that Oshkosh game out of your mouth, and now enjoy this one for 24, and then get ready for the Bears.
You got it.
All right, Dustin, thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, John.
Head coach Dustin Haas joining us here on our post-game, a jubilant post-game here today as the Redmen post a 36-7 victory over the Carroll Pioneers. Some of the numbers, individual numbers here today for the Redmen. Colton Klein, quarterback today, was 4 of 5 for 61 yards and a touchdown pass. He was sacked twice today, along of 19 in the passing department. Billy Dury, 2 of 6 for 11 yards, along of 7. That coming here late in the ball game. Jalen Dennis, 1 for 3 for 18 yards. That was his long of the day. Brett Patton had the 1 pass off the lateral, and J.K. Crespo with the 1 interception here today. Running the football, it was Dana Fontenot's day today in front of family and friends. 17 carries for 113 yards and 2 touchdowns, along of 22 today for Fontenot. Klein, 8 runs for 43 yards and a touchdown today. A diving touchdown at the pylon was a thing of beauty. Dennis, 6 carries for 40. Lingle, 5 for 19. Jacob Boucher, the sophomore out of Mukwonago, 4 carries, a net of 1. And Alex Jarvis getting in there, the freshman out of Indian Trail, 6 carries for -1 yard. In the receiving end of things today, Billy Dury with 2 catches for a total of 31 yards, along of 18. That's helped set up the second Dana Fontenot touchdown. Javon Stricker, 2 catches for 29 yards, along of 19. Fontenot, 1 reception for 25. Patton, 1 for 19. Vercelli, 1 for 7. And Sammy Limbaugh, 1 for 4 and a touchdown with that grab. The Carroll Pioneers today, Mike Johnson, 14 of 24 for 118 yards. No touchdowns, was sacked 4 times. He had a long of 19. Traylon Anderson in mop-up duty here in the 4th was 2 for 5, 9 yards, including the 10-yard touchdown pass late to Kujawa. Running the football was a struggle all day for Carroll. A net of 13 yards rushing today. Isaac Allen, the leading ball carrier, 11 carries for a net of 15. He had a long of 5. In the receiving department, Kujawa with 6 catches, 69 yards and a touchdown for Carroll. Tyler Elmer, 4 receptions for 28. Meza, 3 for 23. Eichstead, the freshman from Cudahy, 2 for 8. And Muth, 1 for -1. So the Redmen post their first win of the year here at home as they get to a 36-7 victory. Again, a reminder, more action here tonight at Art Keller Field. We've got action on the soccer pitch. We've got a couple of matchups tonight. Calvin taking on Greenville. That'll be followed by the Redmen soccer team taking on Hope College tonight at 7 o'clock right here at Keller Field. Again, next week, noon here at Keller Field, Carthage football, the Redmen and Washington University. 11:30 next Saturday morning right here on 1050 WLIP. Big thank you to John Voinovich here engineering our video stream from Art Keller Field. Thanks to you for listening here this afternoon, staying with us through that 40-minute weather delay earlier today. John Weiser wishing you a very pleasant good afternoon from Art Keller Field in Kenosha. The final today, Carthage 36, Carroll 7. Until next Saturday, have a great week, everyone. Thank you for tuning in to Carthage Football on Kenosha's radio station, AM 1050 WLIP. Good afternoon, everyone.